In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, You can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need goes back to 90 points. 1 minute turn.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
Hello and welcome back to the PMSL EMEA. We are back again for week 3 of the league stages here in the fall season. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we have 5 rip-roaring days of action to get through. So let's get stuck in. Last week, it was Team Spirit, all the way, Blank, that really took the season by storm. And if you want to check out what happened, if you want to see those tables, you can check that out over on our socials down below. Make sure you are heading on over there, dropping the follows, dropping the likes, all that sort of good stuff. But yeah, Team Spirit certainly liked their performance. The race for second place was won out by Heroic as well.
Yeah, overall, I mean, Team Spirit last week, it was a crazy one. I am holding back a sneeze right now. It came at the worst time. I'm holding back
the beast
right now. Yeah, that's right. Which you find out more about at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Not my sneeze, but Monster. But yeah, we will be heading over towards our game shortly, starting on Sandhawk. But it really was a little bit. Really, what we need is a bit of a past week breakdown. Na'Vi technically didn't do too badly, John. I would say technically didn't do too badly, but it was Team Spirit that kind of took the past week by storm, taking 300 points total home, which was an unreal number to hit overall. But yeah, there was a lot of teams that actually did fairly decently. I think it was just a problem with the points vacuum at the top.
Let's take a look at what we've got coming up for you over the next week on our calendar. Of course, now we are into October. It's starting to get a little bit colder, but the competition is heating up. On the 2nd, we will kick off today, the Wednesday of the week, as generally that's, you know, a good place to start. We will be having 5 more days of play, then a 4-day break until the Friday 11th of October, where we will be kicking off our finals. Only 16 teams will be making it there. The top 16 teams according to the league ranking points, and 16 of these teams on your screen. You can see 4 of our teams sitting out to kick off day 1. Fireflux, Trovo 2030, Na'Vi, and Vibes will be making up Group E and taking the bench for the first day.
Yeah, again, for these squads holding out for the first day, Fireflux, Trovo 2030, Na'Vi, and Vibes. It's always an interesting one because we do lose 2 of our teams that performed really, really well in week 1. Both Na'Vi and Fireflux taking 1st and 2nd place respectively. But this is our schedule for today. Sandhawk into 3 Erangles, finishing off with 2 Miramars. So the standard here. We won't have a TDM today, John, but we will have one starting tomorrow throughout the rest of the week. So today, it is just pure PUBG mobile gameplay.
Yeah, we are just going to be going straight down into the battlegrounds, right? That's what we've got on the menu for us. Of course, as I mentioned before, 16 of those teams that we see today will be making it out of week 3, which means we're going to be saying goodbye to 4 teams. I think that one of the teams that we may say goodbye to potentially could be seen again later this year if everything goes according to how it seems to have gone over the last 2 weeks. But we'll have to wait for that. Well, I hesitate to say plan because I feel like they don't really have one. But guilds do have an invite spot. Let's take a look at the league ranking points standings. This is now ordered. Actually, I'm not entirely sure how that's
by week
ordered.
2 standings.
Yeah. That does make sense, but then Heroic are in 5th with 19, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on there.
Wait.
I have genuinely got no idea how this table is ordered.
Neither do I.
I'll tell you what it might be. Overall points. That's the underlying sorter.
Week 1
I think
and
we
2.
figured that out last time. Yeah, so when you add up their overall points, that's how they're ordered right now. But their totals for the league ranking points is on the right-hand side. 23 points for Team Spirit, despite their massive week last week. Just Just goes to show you the consistency is sometimes more important than massive breakout weeks. And you can see Na'Vi with 36 at the top of those tables.
Yeah, it's kind of astonishing that Team Spirit actually takes the first place spot in the overalls, with them getting so many points on week 2. And it was only 82 points they got in week 1, so a ridiculous jump up for them to sit in first place overall. Heading down towards our second page now, Brute Force with 30 points, the most over on this second page. So although they haven't put up an incredible amount of points from week to week, it was enough to see them with a pretty decent standing. I think Brute Force has been very, very consistent so far, as opposed to some of the squads that get 19, 20 points one week and then 12, 11 the next. And again, heading down once more to the 20th place, with Guild taking 20th place 2 weeks running. Very unfortunate.
Not great for them, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more from them this week. Are they going to be all on their ones for 3 weeks running, or are they going to step up, get 2 bonus league not bonus points, league ranking points into this one? Let's take a look at the PMGC points leaderboard. Now, there are some complexities here, Blank, that we were breaking down last week. Team Spirit sit very clearly at the top of this, on over 1,000 PMGC points here for the leaderboard, but they will very likely be getting the spot for Europe, which is not the EMEA spot. They'll take the Europe spot, which are currently there at the leaderboard, at the top of the leaderboards for. Brute Force in second place, who would then inherit the PMGC point spot, is currently winning in MEA. Challenged by Enigma Galaxy, quite a way down, as you can see. So they would also be getting their regional spot. Now, IWNRX, who would then inherit it third, are also winning over in Türkiye in their regional bonus points, the PMGC points over there, which means it goes to Virtus Pro right now. They are going to be defending in 4th place for the PMGC points spot.
Yes, indeed. It's a little bit of a mouthful, but we get through it. Technically, this doesn't really matter too much, the second page, but first place, there is basically 4 positions that can be held at the moment from Europe, MEA, as well as Turkey, and EMEA. But EMEA is the 4th one to be picked up on, which is very curious, which is the only one really I think a lot of teams are fighting for currently from underneath. And it isn't even a lot of teams that can make that threshold right now. But PMGC points leaderboard does make for an interesting time, especially when we think about going to finals. Should be 10 teams out of the 16 heading over towards PMGC.
That is if Guild don't qualify, right? Because they have that invite slot already locked in, and that is, I think, takes precedence over the qualification spot. So yeah, the hierarchy goes smaller regions, so Europe, MEA, Turkey, into EMEA region qualification, into finals. So if you qualify through the finals, that is your sort of last port of call. It's complicated, but we're going to get through it. We're going to keep you updated as to who's qualifying. Let's take a look at the overalls as we take a look at the points. This is ordered by points. You can see Team Spirit sat right at the top, 10 points ahead of Na'Vi.
Yeah, again, so Na'Vi 377 to Team Spirit's 387. It is so crazy. I mean, the 10 chicken dinners also is a little bit wild from Team Spirit. 7 chicken dinners going through to Virtus Pro, only 60 points behind. 70, sorry, over on the leaderboard at the moment for Virtus Pro. But I think all of our teams here from 1st to 8th, actually, I would be very agreeable with all of these being up. This is sort of the power ranking at the moment. I think everyone that's on this 8 slots for the first page is very, very good at the game and has proven themselves to be very consistent overall here. So I'm pretty happy.
It's interesting to me to see Fireflux up here as well, because it keeps feeling like when we see them in game, sometimes there's missteps, sometimes there's openings, but they are earning points on it. And so I'm going to have to pay a little bit more attention directly at them over the course of this week. Not today, because they are set out today, so we'll be missing them for now. As we drop down to our second place, I feel like Brute Force is maybe a team that I would put up into the first page, given the last 2 weeks. not so much. I think Heroic has definitely taken their spot in how I view them as a team, as this sort of quite aggressive team who likes to go for these fights and is doing well because of it. Brute Force not quite being as successful as they were back in the spring season. And remember, these guys are defending champions, Blank. And though they did earn themselves the moniker the comeback kids in that season, so maybe they've still got more left in the tank.
Yeah, I think say wait and see for finals type of angle, unfortunately, for Brute Force. And unfortunately for a lot of teams in the finals as well, because Brute Force can just come out of nowhere, which is unfortunate.
Although very likely that they are, of course, going to be locked in on the MEA spot for the PMGC points, which means that even if they do have a massive comeback in terms of qualification for the grand finals, for the global finals over in the later this year in London, it's not really going to be as important as to whether or not Brute Force do super well or super badly. It's more going to be a question of how many points are they going to sort of take away from the rest of the lobby. Because if they can do what Team Spirit kind of did last week, then other teams may struggle with more volatility towards the middle of the tables. And given that the qualification boundary for PMGC is going to be more towards the 10th place in this tournament, that is a very, very volatile area when you start drawing more and more points up towards the top of those tables.
Yeah, again, I think it's a weird one. I think it's the first time in a while we've had so many slots open for so many teams. And genuinely, when we get to the finals, it's not a bad thing, I'd say, this time around, because EMEA actually has a lot of really fantastic squads here. And I think that, 8 slots would make sense to me. Absolutely. And then you've got 2 more slots just for really anyone that can make their way in. So I think it's almost a battle between the bottom 8 to find those 2 spots. But I'm very, very interested in how it pans out. Sandhawk, though, our first map of the day. Here's our top 5 teams. Your IWNRX currently taking the top spot right now with 5.38 average eliminations and a whopping 9,600 damage. This is over 2 weeks, though. So Team Spirit being here, honestly, on this page is a massive, ridiculous margin for them, because that is almost week 2 just jumping them through into the top 5. Very silly. Again, I think for Team Spirit, I doubt they'll be able to do it again this week. Last week felt like, I don't know, it didn't feel like a fluke, but it felt like a run that you couldn't really replicate.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. It's going to be difficult for them to live up to last week. So for one, would be happy if they're able to get a second or a third. I feel like if they can just keep that consistency on board, bring it back for the finals, that would be really good news, because the thing that they're lacking right now is league ranking points. And of course, those transfer at a 50% rate to points in the finals. So at the moment, given that they're a little bit behind some of their competitors, it's not looking as good for them on that front. But if they can put up a good week, get first, second, or third in this set of matches, I think that Team Spirit will be fairly confident feeling going into the finals. And I think we both put them in and amongst our top 3. And so we'll have to see where they end up going. Plane Path over Sandhawk for our first match of week 3. Over from Camp Alpha over on the west to Camp Bravo on the east.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, top 5 is basically more than what they need here to just feel healthy going into the finals. And then just doing generally anything decent in the finals will lead to a qualification spot, let alone just the PMGC spots that come through. 77 and Power, a regular fight that we see here on Sandhawk up towards Hatsin, already breaking out.
Ooh. Unfortunate. 77 taking a knock. Satan wants another as well. There's only a pistol to face him, and it's not even going to pop a shot off. Unfortunately, they have already lost Al Haji. It seems like they're extracting more value from this fight. Ooh, that's a dangerous crossing, though. Magnum, last to stand for the team for Dan. Moving in. The UMP, especially in these early fights, is going to be really difficult to deal with. Satan, you can see he's just taking the back foot, waiting for those windows, watching for the peaks. And they do not want to go too aggressive here. They know that it's so fast to get these flushes early. Be very dangerous. Satan maybe wanting to lead the charge here. I mean, you take the player who's very low to draw the spray, force them to go for a spray transfer, which is a little bit harder to work with. But Magnum's got the auto shotty as well.
It's very They're quieting it down a little bit here. Especially got 3 players sitting quite low. You want to take your time with this one. First aid kit for Magnum 2 might be a bit of a surpriser. Easy on 1 HP. I'm surprised he didn't go down.
Ooh, he's good for 1. But he's not going to find the others, unfortunately. Does get traded off. In the meantime, over in Painan, Silas has gone down to a shot from Virtus Pro. They are still going for this hot drop, even into week 3 blank. And Virtus Pro seemingly on the front foot right now, trying to get through the rest of RCB. In general, RCB play this position 3 on the north, 1 across the river, and it's worked out for them a few times. It's not really been in their favor so much, but seems like Loxy, he's locked and loaded. He's got the DBS. He's ready. He's got a level 3 vest as well, and that's going to be really nasty to deal with.
I mean, RCB, they've taken this fight so often that this is just second nature now to the boys from Virtus Pro. They know it's coming. Bishke being down is not ideal, and Loxy understands this, can just hold it out, but the moment is 1 for 1. Good cross.
Nice, he breaks forwards. Gets the tag on the res. Loxy has to drop back, doesn't manage to find the shot that he was looking for, and that's going to allow the res to come on through. Silas, in the meantime, still hasn't been picked up for RCB, so they're playing at a reduced capacity. There he goes, now back to his feet, and all 4 of RCB have coalesced. Nobody currently third-partying. Hang on a minute, I take that back, because Guild potentially could poke their noses in. A big nade up top there for Silas. He's back to his feet, and he's back into the action straight away. 2 knocks sent straight in through the window. A third as Azel breaks down the door, and the rest of Reg and Kaya rampage up the staircase. It's up to Koa. He holds for 1. He holds for 2, but the third is too much. And Loxy closes it down. That could have gone so pear-shaped for them on the rampage up the staircase, but Virtus Pro are down, and the third party's not going to happen.
I mean, almost taking down every single one. It's just a fight that goes so lopsided every single time. It's very, very odd, John. In the meantime, though, our circle heads down towards the southeast, the Kampong on heroic side. So it's IWB and RX who play over towards the high ground on the southeast side of Quarry. I like that position. That's going to work out well, very, very nicely for them. Zeus don't opt to poke their head in over towards RCB. I feel like someone should really be checking in on those 2 squads at some point. Easy 2 to 3 eliminations every single time, in my opinion. Team Spirit, though, make their cross over towards the eastern side. Not lost a single player, as I'm checking at the moment. Black Esports, though, down to 2 already.
Yeah, they have lost 2 players. I imagine that's to IWNRX, potentially. We'll have to loop back in the footage as we get a little bit of a replay here. This is the nade that opened up the match, right? Like, it was kind of incredible. And then this spray down, he still had 4 rounds left in the chamber. He was going for the weapon swap on the inside. He really could have done that. So it's very impressive stuff from Koa. Unfortunately for Virtus Pro, they don't even get a point out of it.
No, and again, that's the rough part about that fight, is that even if you get the 1, 2, 3 knocks but no flushes, that's a position on the map where you can effectively get everyone back up to speed. So really quite sad there for Virtus Pro, especially as a team that is really barreling towards a good position. Every single one of their Sandhawks has been ruined. And again, you know, at first it was RCB who might have needed to give up the ghost on that one, but now it's Virtus Pro who might need to give up the ghost on Painan. Honestly, at this point, it's just weird. There's so many spots on the map that are open to play that you can head over towards. And for Virtus Pro, even Ruins, like Na'Vi's drop spot. You know, Na'Vi's not in the game. Go there.
Yeah, it definitely could be.
You don't have to take the.
But yeah, you definitely could
do
choose not to.
Yeah.
I mean, it could loop back to something that you, I think, brought up early on into this hot drop, right? Is they're bidding for it for the finals, right? They're fairly confident in their ability to qualify, and they're bidding for it and saying, well, we're not going to leave for finals, so you guys better leave, right? Because they want the top spot overall.
No, you.
But it's like, yeah, but like we're not going to leave, so like you're not going to leave, so we're not going to leave, and no one's leaving right now. So
Get to the
that's
finals, no
basically
one's left.
that's basically really cringe of you guys not to leave because we're not leaving.
Yeah.
It's the conversation that they're just having over their
They're both
windowsills.
so stubborn that it is going to get to the fact that we're going to get to finals and they're both still going to be dropping on Painan,
Well,
in which case this whole thing will be for naught.
let's talk about 77 then, because they're also hot dropping power up in the north side over towards Hartin. This time around, they've lost it. They've won it a few times, but that is also a mainstay hot drop that we're seeing throughout this entire tournament. So, I mean, Sandhawk seems to be just kind of bait for it, right? Like everybody seems to just want to go for these hot drops, try and get a spot, get a little cheeky Sandhawk game under the belt, but it's not working for these 4 teams. I think it would be wise to maybe readdress their drops.
Yeah, it's tough. It is very tough because although I am complaining about it now, it does go a little bit further because it goes even further than the finals. It goes even to international tournaments where if you drop there all the time, you can at least stake a claim against other teams for those drop spots. But yeah, so many of these are just unconfident wins. I remember specifically, I can't remember which team it was versus Team Spirit in boot camp, but they used to drop on them all the time. And it was a case where it went well one time and it was ruining the Sandhawks, in which case Team Spirit were like, right, we're just going to slow this all down. We'll just play this as a TDM. And they won, I think it was 4 back-to-back, and then that team stopped dropping on them. At the moment, they're so back and forth on these hot drops that it's impossible to figure out who's the team that should be evicted. It's not definite.
Yeah, and it's difficult, right? It's difficult to make that call. Guild trying to hold out, but right now they're hemorrhaging players. They've lost 1. They did get a knock back over to Zeus, and they'll have to share this compound a little bit now across the way. Guild a little bit late to the party on the reinforcements. Jakey missing the nade through the window. Not going to be able to find that beautiful nade that we saw against Virtus Pro. The rest of Zeus moving to the back of these buildings. They know they're in nade range now. And they can just flee out of there. In the wind as well, there is RCB quite close by to them. So it could be a potential worry.
You got Zeus here on your screens. Currently on towards that southwest side. Wagner opened the door and realizes that there is no way to see through that. You're going to need them thermal vision. Which right now he does not have access to. Not quite airdropped in the advanced technology. So we'll double back.
Deprived, really.
Yeah, very much so. I think for Guild, it's almost... They need a top 5, I'd say. To have a little bit of a chance to get to the finals.
Ooh, that's the way to do it, though. Start off well. Little spray down on an off angle. Catch someone with a nade in their hand. Maniac knocks and in go Guild. 3 players alive. And they are looking to keep this knock from getting up. Rita trying to get a cheeky flank around the edge, but he's leaving 2 players on the in. Push forwards. It can't be running out of the smoke like that. There's 2 players there. Ready and waiting. Jakey wants a chance next, but no, the spray through the smoke is through as well. And Jakey leaves Wagner alone. The Molotov to burn him out. And there it goes. Jakey down. Wagner out. Spray down. That was Nomi for Team Spirit, third party.
Yeah, just helping from the sidelines. Bang, bang. Take that.
Ooh, Aaron just jumped into his teammate's Molotov.
That is not good. If I was Team Spirit, you know, I might think about attacking, going a little bit further.
Going into the compound? You think that's... You think that's a good move? I feel like currently, as the circle sits...
Very bad.
Yeah, I feel like as the circle sits right now, prioritizing crashing that compound may be a little bit too risky.
Yeah, just going to give it up. Maintain control of high ground. That makes sense. Next circle, stage 3. Coming on through real soon. Right now, IWRX has had real vicious control over towards Quarry. Quite a while. And again, I think we say this a lot of times that for IWRX, okay,
Wow.
for IWRX, this is a position on the map where they should be winning more often. They have such a strong position at the start of the game around Quarry. I think they should be having high placing games, which technically they are, according to the top 5 on Sandhawk. I've been disproven statistically. But for Team Spirit,
This is
double miracle
very
run?
good. So here's the thing, right? I'm worried about Matic's position. I'm looking at Brute Force, S2G, Twisted Minds up on the north side, and I'm thinking, who's going to get in and just crash Matic and take him down immediately, and then Team Spirit play with 3? I feel like they can't hold the split that they've got for too much longer. They've got a lot of control right now, but teams are going to start to push through. The quarry is going to filter teams out to their east, and I think the north flank is probably their weakest part. Brute Force may be concluded on by S2G if they keep losing players like that, as the point comes in. But S2G have a compound, and they don't necessarily need to leave it, so potential for that to be a little bit of a roadblock and keep Matic safe.
Brute Force into vehicles. They're on the northeast side around Barn. So they'll be cresting through the valleys. They're looking to pull further around the side. And I think when the circle shifted so far over towards the east side, maybe they can be a little bit more confident that the western edge of the circle might be a bit more free. This is something that we typically know Brute Force for as well, which is finding spots in the circle that everyone seems to think is not open and being like, that looks fairly empty. Let's go there. And it works out every time.
Yeah, it's just good PUBG Mobile, really. It's the strat. Be in a good spot. It's not that hard, you know? If you just are in a better spot, it's more likely you'll win.
Yeah. They're just good at eyeing it up and having the confidence to take those good spots. I think a lot of teams are a bit scared to take position, which Team Spirit definitely was in week 1.
Yeah.
And I think that's their big change into week 2. Is they're like, our spot? That's our spot now.
Yeah, they see a good spot, they get in there.
Yeah.
And do so quite quickly as well. I think identifying a good spot, most people could do. Identifying it fast and transitioning there quickly, that's what is very, very important about a really strong team. A championship caliber team, that's what you're looking for from someone like that. So we'll see if they can maintain that pace. But right now, nobody really stepping forwards towards Team Spirit. Falcons, though, they've got Enigma Galaxy to deal with, and oh, tries to pop a Yui there. That comes
so
a cropper.
fast as well.
Like, oh no, I messed up.
Get back. That was incredible
Redox.
control in the car, though. Give him that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he knows his gears from his stick shifts. Those are two different things, right?
I think so.
Oh, I don't know.
Don't
learn to drive
don't
fast.
ask me. Yeah, don't ask me. I'm still pretending
Circle.
like I can drive. Don't out me.
Yeah, me too.
I drive down to the Morrisons every day.
Yeah. I was just on the M6 the other day.
Yeah.
Really wet road surface.
Driving really fast on the M97.
I was hitting the revs, bro. Promise.
Do you also use your small toe to press the accelerator, or a different technique?
Actually, I've been really focusing on the third toe. That's my acceleration toe.
Oh, okay, maybe I could learn a thing or two.
Yeah. I feel like my other toes right now superior. Speaking of superior toes, the Team Spirit have their toes in superior positions right now across the map. Yet again, nades over, damage over to Enigma Galaxy. IWNRX, they tried to cross Quarry. They did have an outpost on the far side, but they are currently kind of struggling to get everyone all across safely. They should be able to get a res on the north point of Quarry, but I think getting out of Quarry is going to be very, very tricky.
Yeah. So just a touch here. I think when you look at IWNRX, what they realistically needed from this position was to cut off a lot of teams moving in, like Footballers Chaos, RCB, as well as Zeus. I think passing through into Quarry was maybe not the greatest of ideas, personally. And if they were going to make this move, and they had to make the gamble a little bit earlier. Good shots right now from Team Spirit, though, taking down a lot of players from Enigma Galaxy, and even cutting them right out from underneath this game, too. So that is a full squad wipe over towards Team Spirit. 4 eliminations accrued. Heroic off in the distance as Power is alongside them here, rotating parallel into the circle.
Heroic trying to crash onto the, well, I say crash, trying to sneak up on the west point of Team Spirit. We can see Effect is ready for it. Along the ridgeline, Power also with that crossfire. The backstab is good. Looking for the spray down on the knock and the flush. Another player falls from Heroic. Matic this time the one to do so over onto Jafar. He'll fall first. and Matic, in effect, holding on the west with just the two of them. Kitsune and Nomi holding down towards the south, towards Quarry, and out to the northeast side. Right now, exerting a lot of control over the circle. It's going to pop in, and it goes to the compound. They have left it for a while, but they're more concerned about keeping control of the hills and stopping players getting close.
Yeah, right now, because the compound's a little bit further on the lower ground, a lot of teams haven't opted to go there because they don't want to be cut out from the fight too much. When it comes to leaving it, it's also a little bit more difficult. So you sort of want to wait for the confirmation on the compound push. Take advantage of these hillsides. Take down teams that are coming in before opting to go over there. I think for Team Spirit, they're going to arguably try and clear out the entirety of this western side before even thinking about the east, as they know there are a fair few teams that have to come through Quarry. Come on, Satan. That was...
Not powerful enough.
No. You actually have to aim the weapon. You can't just press the shoot button down.
The DPS is good, but it's not that good. Come on.
Yeah.
Be reasonable.
What do you mean?
Now with Twisted Minds on 4 alive, they could realistically get to this compound.
It could do. And again,
if they want to, though.
It's a curious thing, and I think that you might be right here, John, for Twisted Minds to head towards the compound. They can play the ridge side that sits over towards the northern edge of it, though, for a little bit longer. That is an unbelievable shot from effect through the smoke.
How does he have that? Doran finds the backlines as well. They're caught in a little bit of a trap. Twisted Minds leaving a player towards the back has turned out to be fairly profitable for them. But Team Spirit, on 6 eliminations now. Heroic down and out. Zeus are trying to get through, but Kitsune, Matic with response as well. Trying to get Nomi to safety. 3 players alive for Zeus, and nades are starting to roll forwards. A lot of damage sent in, but up to the rock. Kitsune now with the hold around the side. Has he got backup from his team? No, not enough, it seems, as Kitsune goes down. They're looking to flush him out as well. Team Spirit might have just been pushed aside by Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus came through, took down Nomi. Darkin's at least down, not providing that information back anymore, but it's Coots from Twisted Minds from earlier, taking down Heroic, leaving just Matic remaining. And to be fair to Team Spirit, they took a lot of pot shots, a lot of players inside this circle. You know, it's understandable that at some point, about 4 teams would be coming for them. Hungering. Yeah, exactly.
Circle. Gives Matic a chance here, though. He made the bold dash towards this compound.
Yeah, I think that for Team Spirit, there was a potential moment there where they could have headed back towards this compound. I think with the circle the way it was fairly certain that at least some of this compound would have been the next circle. And like you said, John, they made a lot of enemies. And at that point, I think that if you've got a lot of enemies, you need a fortress to defend yourself. S2G now looking to make the move down from that northern side. A lot of fighting the outside of the circle. Not a lot of players are in just yet, but S2G heading over towards that compound now, just scouting it.
I knew there were players up there. Azel just caught sleeping a little bit. Potential for Loxy to take some damage here from the nade, not quite going to go through. Coops nades his teammate out in the meantime, over on Twisted Minds versus Zeus on the southwest. As Footballers Chaos finally have some ordnance put up there. Was that just a stunner? I think it might have been. Loxy gets close, no. Right underneath the watchtower. It's not going to work out. There's an off angle. IWNRX going to be rocking up into this fight.
Do you like the Storm that looks behind me? He's like, thank you, whoever that was. I appreciate it.
It's frozen. He's still there. Don't thank him too soon. He's got a Molotov. That's going to burn him out. That's going to force them to... That's immediately just going to force at least one knock, at least one flush. Yekta down on the floor, on his belly. His belt buckle, saying hello to the daisies. And he's going to be pushing daisies fairly soon. Down and out. Frozen takes care of it. Twisted Minds. IWNRX trying to hold it on out. As Twisted Minds have IWNRX pushing on in. Good knock onto the first one. Doran drops forwards with the Grozer. Goes straight into the line of fire and actually comes out looking pretty good from it.
Yeah, honestly, for Frozen, that's not an easy lineup on the Molotov, by the way. That is not something that you can just do on the fly for a lot of players, so it was very well played from him. Matic kind of hoping that this fight between IWNRX and Twisted Minds ends fairly quickly. Getting a second place would be really nice, because S2G starting to clear. It's becoming more like a horror game for him.
Uh-oh. The roll down the hill, but Twisted Minds having a pretty tough time of it. Hamzy gonna light up the sidelines and maybe assist Twisted Minds in getting back to full force. But all of this is going well for S2G. They can move in. Matic takes one of them down. He's still alive, by the way. Has 2 players now bearing down upon him from S2G. A third as well as Marceau responds. Nade drops it out and right onto Swash, but will he be able to get the knock? He's taken very, very low. Now hiding in the corner here. Finally falls. Hamzy, the one to do so. Delivering Team Spirit to a 3rd position, though, with a high elimination count, and it's a good start to their week. S2G versus Twisted Minds now. Is Twisted Minds really gonna struggle? Lord, yeah, it goes down to the blue. It's just Doran. 10 eliminations. But S2G want that 9th as well.
Marceau again doing huge amounts of work here for S2G. Good shots will finish off Doran, but yeah, what a game that was. Very interesting teams that we had towards the end. IWNRX do quite well to get out from Quarry and honestly get to a 4th place anyway. Frozen dealing a lot of damage towards teams all on his lonesome on that eastern side. For Matic, though, an amusing end. I think they'll be fairly happy with the way that one turned out. S2G assuming there was a team already in there, but it was just Matic. Almost got a godly nade out the window as well, which could have led to very, very different standings.
Yeah, a lot of that final circle phase was kind of stuck by Team Spirit. They forced a lot of teams on the southwest side to sweat a little bit, but in the end, it was interesting that Zeus were the ones to be able to take that point. I felt like the nades coming out from Team Spirit during that engagement were a little bit lackluster. They definitely could have gotten more value from them. And I think if they had gotten a knock onto the players from Zeus early on from one of those nades, or at least done a little bit more damage, it wouldn't have been as ragtag. They also were kind of suffering from the same thing that the English armies in 1066 were, right? They'd just been on a fight on the north. They had to run as fast as they could down to the south side. And in the end, they didn't manage to group themselves up. They didn't manage to have the discipline necessary to hold off an assault from the south.
Yeah, I think that it's funny you say that about the nades, actually, because they didn't get a lot of value. But I think that they weren't badly placed by Team Spirit. It was just a case that for Zeus, it was an interesting approach they took, which was as soon as they got that first knockover towards Nomi, there was a moment where they were stood around doing not too much. And I think that moment, Team Spirit's like, we'll send a bunch of nades over there. It'll be fine. But Zeus is like, we can't just sit around anymore. We need to do something. So they just ran at Team Spirit. And I think that's where all the nades go skew with. And it's why Team Spirit's kind of struggling towards those last moments, because suddenly they're having to change direction of the nades, get some air bursts over the top of the rock. They got some damage, but it wasn't quite the knock, and they just came around the corner. So Zeus just goes from a very passive playstyle to a suddenly very aggressive one. I don't think Team Spirit responds incredibly well in that moment, because it was such a shift of mentality. I think they figured them out. Either way, though, Team Spirit 14 points on that game. I think they'll be very pleased with that start of the day, and we know Team Spirit, if they're able to get a little bit of momentum early, it's very, very helpful for their mental.
I think as well, a lot of their gameplay was very principled and worked very, very well in that last match, so I'm not too concerned. Obviously, towards the top of those tables, getting quite a few people in the double-digit points that match, which was interesting, but that does leave a dearth of points towards the bottom of the tables. 4 teams getting 0, Virtus Pro, Guild, Brute Force, and Black Esports, all going down with not a pip on the scoreboards.
Yeah. I think that for S2G, though, I will continue to say this, is that Marceau has kind of exploded onto the scene. He looks so incredibly good on S2G. I'm very, very pleased to see him playing at his current caliber right now. I hope it continues for the guy, because he is honestly fantastic. Makes some of the players like Hamzy G as well as Kelsey look sort of like the background characters to his main character energy.
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, to be fair, like you play around a player like that, right? As well, you give him those opportunities. S2G made it work in that last match. The first match of week 3 goes their way. They get the lion's share of the points, but plenty of other teams will be tearing and ripping at their heels as the days go by. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it'll be more over on Erangel.
You see my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You save my soul, I'm on my knees. I wanna wash it all away. If I walk on the line, oh, will you wait for me? They'll wonder why I fly high and how I have learned to begin again, feeling light. When I'm cold, they'll know my name. They'll know my name. Time is on my side. I won't be remembered in this life as a criminal, a criminal, a criminal. I've learned to stand tall and look the other way. Make my mistakes right. I'm not.
The world failed each of us. In our own years, fortune favors the brave.
S2G were able to take the first chicken dinner here over on Sandhock for week 3. We're going to be going on and rolling over to Erangel, rather, next, very, very shortly. We've had some pretty interesting gameplay, I think, to sink our teeth into over that first Sandhock. It was some strategic play, some dynamic play where we haven't seen it before necessarily, so maybe we'll see that transfer over to Erangel with our top performers, where all of the top stats are actually split across 4 different teams. Power, though, still chugging along.
Yeah, I mean, they are slowly falling out of favor, unfortunately, for themselves. But 77 still on the top is the one that surprises me the most. But Heroic as well, middle of the pack here, but the highest eliminations average out of every single team. A really, really fantastic team at the moment is Heroic, particularly because of Walsh. Walsh has really been putting in a lot of work for this squad as of recent. I am very, very impressed by the way he's been playing, and he certainly does carry his team out of situations where it does look a little bit worse for wear. But overall, very, very pleased. Well, let's go with the duct tape. The duct tape on the chest, new fashion.
Gotta have it. You don't have duct tape on your chest right now?
No, I do not.
I tell you what, where you shouldn't put any duct tape. It's on your Infinix GT20 Pro, because that features a dual chipset and a 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. As we are going to be hovering over the lobby, getting ready.
What year is it again?
To send the sorry?
What year is it again?
2024?
2024.
Did I say that? That sounds right.
No, you hit it was the 144.
Oh yeah, 144 hertz.
I liked it a lot. Yeah. Straight into a wrangle. Wow. Can't believe it. Almost.
I'm ready.
Plane path on our screens, heading down from the western side of Quarry to Novorabnoye. We've had this plane path a lot, John. This is stressful.
Yeah, this is pretty nasty. Right down to the south, it's going to cut out a lot of the areas around Yasnaya, exacerbate vehicle drops. I think specifically on this southwest side, this is maybe one of the more south-leaning for the end of the arrow plane paths that we've seen in a while, which is going to make it actually quite difficult to drop over towards places even like Milta in this sort of a plane path. So expect some argy-bargy over in Gatka.
Yeah, you're 500% right. 500% right.
That's a lot of percent.
I'm giving you the 5,000% correction here.
That's crazy.
It's really difficult, actually, on this circle, because you're right. Getting over towards Milta, not as easy as you might imagine. Getting across the water, it's a gamble sometimes. Dropping over towards that eastern bridge in terms of, can we even make the crossing over the water via parachute towards a vehicle of our choice? So yeah, a lot of people dropping out towards Gatka and the western side of the map. Unfortunately for them, a lot of fielded area, a little bit more difficult to find vehicles. So overall, a rather tough playing path to work with, just in terms of forcing those early engagements. Luckily for a lot of teams, this does bail them out. The circle heading over towards the western side requires much less movement, which should be much easier for some of these squads that are dropping in right now. Team Spirit do get over towards farm, but it is 77 as well as RCP still in the parachutes moving across towards that northeast side.
A lot less hot drops than I thought may occur, but I think we may just be seeing them late. Look at that embroilment around Team Spirit, around RCB 77. Very close to one another. Milta as well. 77 are quite close to each other, which means that they are a little bit safer, but their lack of vehicles may come back to bite them. I expect to see them a little bit slow on the road. Potential to get on in there. Team Spirit are going to be a bit faster. They have dropped a lot more split around their areas, but Kitsune could be in trouble if Izal sticks around and finds out. Does have armor, a shotgun, a pistol as well, so not completely out of it. Ooh, this is looking pretty dangerous for Kitsune. He's got the Scar, though.
Yeah, Scar could be necessary. The boys are rushing on through. Great pickup over towards Loxy to start things off. That will attract the attention of some of the other squad mates. My days.
Oh, no.
Errol to the face will finish him off. I think maybe he could. I think he had to. He just had to hold these players out. That is pretty sad for Team Spirit. Vengeance is on the way, though, apparently.
Is it, though? That's the question. Silas on the top floor has the DBS and already found a knock. This is a completely different Team Spirit. This is week 1 Team Spirit right now.
That's disastrous.
See, what I think has gone wrong here is that they saw Kitsune get knocked and they didn't immediately send onto the building, right? Like, you know that this team is going to be rushing in, trying to get that flush. They waited for him to go down, and then they just razzed it straight onto the building. And by that time, like, there were no split purposes amongst the holding team at that stage, right? For RCB, it's like, okay, we got a knock, let's go for it. No one's pushing us, that we don't have a choice to make. If you sow a seed of doubt in their mind, you're like, oh, they're coming for us, we should hold this, and someone's like, no, we should push, and someone's like, no, we should hold, then immediately you get like 2 or 3 seconds of a little bit of chaos to maybe capitalize on for Team Spirit, but it was too slow for them to go back in. I think as soon as Kitsune goes down there, you either say we're going right now, or we're just gonna get rid of this and play on as 3. But as it stands, they're playing as 1.
Just so you know, that felt like troll to me.
For Team Spirit.
Yeah. I don't. I feel like they didn't get their drop spot. A lot of teams dropped on top of them. It was a really awkward playing path, and it's a case of we just got a 14-point game on Sandhawk. Who cares?
And Matic needs a wait, but he's the only one to live.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
unfortunate. Ooh,
that's the second knock.
he's got more. There he goes.
Is he just...
It's the Matic classic.
I mean, if you can blow the vehicle, sure.
He's not got too much ammo left. I feel like could be dangerous, but it gets
Is
a
this
point.
like the movie Revenant? Is he just going to follow them out the rest of the game?
I've not seen that movie, so I'm going to say it's absolutely like it.
What?
Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio gets left in a forest after a bear attack. Hunts down.
Spoilers. Careful. I'm going to watch it now.
No, you do actually. Need to watch it. It's really good.
That's what he won his
And-
Oscar for.
What's going on here? Just
They're
turned
just-
his back on his whole team.
They're ferrying. They're moving one to the vehicle, turn around, grab the
No,
other
no,
player.
I mean, actually, in real life, we missed it.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. I don't know.
Just one guy faced away from the whole team. Everyone else facing forward. He's like, nope, I'm gonna face the wall.
Could be he doesn't want to. He just needs to lock in. That's how he locks in. You know.
Maybe.
Replay. This was a nasty little knock. I felt like at that point I was like, oh, Kitsune is going to do something kind of crazy here. And then he just got taken down. He peeks twice into a pump action. As the rest of RCB almost get away unscathed.
Yeah, again, I just think that it literally that whole fight felt like Team Spirit just didn't want to play this match. There was 100% a world where they could have gone on S3. They were like, we don't want to do that. We'd rather it was just Matic solo or all 4 of us.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to do it. You just got to do it sometimes. Bridge camp for waiting for brute force. Twisted Minds are holding the neck right now. But brute force have not decided to cross just yet. Heroic as well are on the western bridge. Still somewhat guarding it out. Which means that no matter where brute force opt to go, unless, and this would be pretty cool, if they get a boat and go all the way up to the west coast of West George Pool. I would love that, but I just don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to go for a bridge crossing. The question is which bridge?
Historically, very bad holds in this lobby on the Western Bridge. Historically. I think there's been one hold on the Western Bridge that's worked out so far. That's going to the mainland, not into Sosnovka. So, if I was brute force, I would be choosing the Western Bridge, personally. Especially for Heroic, who wants to move further into the circle. You don't want to be sat down here. Doesn't make much sense to.
Twisted Minds, I mean, so they committed to playing the blue somewhat as well now, or like playing on the edge. And Heroic are kind of just sort of in or out, not quite sure. Bit dangerous with it. Over on the west side, you've got Zeus and you've got Virtus Pro. Quite close to one another, but they have managed to get apart for the time being. You'd see Brute Force very wary of that position, of the bridge. And I mean, rightly so, right? There it turns out a lot of players there. Heroic, I'm sure they're glad they moved Walsh up to the north now. They are going to have to regroup towards it, get into that hill line, and see what they can do. Team's going to dash across the Gatka fields to try and get a bit of safety now.
Yeah, a bit annoying for Heroic. For Brute Force, sorry, because that circle coming down towards the southeast, Western Bridge Crossing actually becomes a little bit more difficult. Because this is a place where teams will head to as some kind of refuge.
Whoa.
But all the while looking over towards Western Bridge. I did see that. Little Beyblade action on the vehicle. I like it. Mid-air
Hell's
spin. I've not seen that before.
That's 50 points. Landed it, a 180. Very cool. Ooh. Okay. Zeus getting aggressive, but Heroic looking to back up their northern outpost. I mean, this compound would be really good to be able to hold. Oh, they have no idea. They have no idea that he's in there.
Yeah.
He just slowly drifts into the sight lines. The rest of Heroic rocking up. And Aaron can no longer be a factor for Zeus. Kevin has been taken low, but he's getting some healing done fast. There is a little bit of damage sent back in with a nade for Zeus, but Kevin goes down all the way. Okay, an answer as Aaron gets flushed away. Walsh is that back pincer for Heroic as well to make things a little bit spicy.
Yeah, came in looking a little bit weird, honestly. When you said they're getting a bit aggressive, I was like, I don't think they know they're in here. Where they rocked up was like parking the bike on a hot summer's day with an ice cream in hand, very leisurely. But they did spring into action quite quickly though, John. I give you that.
Back into it. The nades were really nice and valuable there. Jafar, nade in. Ooh, Maniac had one better underneath the feet. And the nades from Zeus. Looking pretty tidy right now.
Yeah.
Walsh, though, last to go. Let's see what he's got.
This is their best player is Walsh. Rita spots him though. That's already a death sentence, I would say.
I want Matic to third party this. He's in range. Could potentially go for something
Smells
here.
it.
He does. He hears a lot of knocks. He hears a lot of gunfire. Maniac. And again, it's Walsh. Wrestling them back into control. Rita tries to hop through with a little damage from the auto shotty. Just not quite landing. Gets sprayed down, and it's Walsh again. Immediately cuts the cross. Reads the movements well, but he's left alone in a very valuable compound. Who's going to arrive? Brute Force do go for the West Bridge crossing blank.
Guy's stupidly good at the game. Stupidly good at the game. I am so impressed by it. He's a full 4-man wipe, by the way. 1v4. 1v7. Versus his own team as well.
Wow. Way to put it down there.
I know, crazy the way Walsh does it every time. Such an impressive player. Zeus sporting the drunken monkey style. Oh, yeah, there's players here.
Just sort of wandering in, not quite sure where their clothes are. They're like, I'm sure there was something going on. Let's have a look. And they adventure into misadventure, which is a pretty terrible time. But Brute Force still approaching on the southwest side, could maybe take down Walsh. Matic a little bit deeper into the circle. It shifted over to the west of Pachinki this time around blank.
I like that Matic just keeps like knocking players randomly around the map. Yeah, take that. Who is this guy?
He's just walking around the supermarket. He's not got a list. He's just browsing.
Yeah.
He just pops it as, go, oh, let's go straight in my basket.
That is a good description for just taking random knocks at people. Browsing.
He's just browsing the rest of the lobby right now.
I'm browsing elims right now, guys. RCB have their eyes down towards Twisted Minds. Did find a fairly central spot. It's not exactly the best defense, though, in the world. Falcons, officially not the worst team in the lobby anymore.
Hey, for now.
But no.
For the time being. Although they are losing a player or two. Virtus Pro. Nade over the top there. Ragnar not quite in position just yet, but Virtus Pro, I mean, losing a player for Virtus Pro, I thought maybe they would get more done with those nades, but they're just going to depart, especially with the circle closing in on their west side. They're going to have to flee through Power, though, and that is a potentially dangerous rotation. Power, though, on their road as well, and may have a little bit reduced gunfire for the time being. Their firepower somewhat hampered, but Malloy going to eat a couple of rounds from Al Haji. Not going to find too much more, though.
Yeah, honestly, for Virtus.pro, it's actually kind of a good rotate. I think they waited until they saw Power shifting position, because there's no way they could have rotated through here with Power holding down that spot inside that compound. They would have got shredded on the entry. Damn, that's a gorgeous shot from Mighty X.
Finding a second as well, not quite making it to the shack. That's a ticket right there. You are fined 10 PMGC points.
What? No way. Find him 10 PMGC points.
That's 10.
Cruel.
Give them to me right now.
No.
I'm taking them. I'm coming in there.
You leave their PMGC points alone, good sir.
I'm going into the PMGC points office. I'm taking those points.
Falcon's doing very good versus Power.
I think, well, Power, I mean, they tried to break a little bit further southeast. Falcons were able to rebuff the advances of Virtus Pro, and it seems like they're going to have the same success against Power. But they do still have to move further to the east. The next rotation that they have for themselves is pretty tricky. The Falcons have control of this hill on the west shore, but there's a lot of open fields that sit out to their east side. And getting across to the hills to the southwest of Pachinki, that is the centerpiece of this next circle, is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, there's quite a few interesting spots in this circle here. Obviously, over towards that northern side, you have the high ground. Currently, 77's playing over towards it. You got the fielded area down towards the south. No one wants to be around there. They hate that position of the map. Virtus Pro, though, Malloy with a nicely spray over towards Power. Getting a bit of payback, but Enigma Galaxy, SnowX watches as someone just falls outside his shack. That's a horrible feeling. Like, maybe I should leave this shack anytime soon.
Matic. Ooh, has a nade sent this way. This is the battle of the solos now. Walsh and Matic. Nade being cooked. Oh, he stepped up. He's taking shots. If Matic dodges, he survives. But he's in the shack under pressure, and teams are going to know where he is. This is brute force. Taking shots out towards Heroic. And they do have a full force squad right now, so unlikely that they actually want to spend too much time going towards this shack. Sure, they'll take the random pickup onto Heroic, but it's unlikely that Matic's under too much danger from them. Falcons as well, surrounding it, may be more inclined to sweep it through.
Yeah, obviously potential here. Down to 12 teams already. Twisted Minds taking shots over towards Fury. And again, it's because half the circle is just fairly unplayable at this point in time. We do have so many squads already suffering. Black Esports heads down towards the compound that sits and looks out towards the field. But it's a pit stop. Circle's going to move away from here pretty soon as we head towards stage 5.
RCB with another opportunity. On the middle now. Black Esports under pressure from 77. 77 going down early in our first match. Didn't really see too much of them. Now they've got a challenge with Black Esports to prove themselves on. Yet again, they did very well last week. Found that first opportunity on a hot drop. Kakali trying to spray down the tree, but it's not really there. Magnum on this wide off angle is going to make this ascent up the slope very, very tricky for Black Esports, but they spotted him. Can they isolate an angle? No, they can't. Immediately has backup from his teammates as well, and all of a sudden, Black Esports are down to one player. Lewis, the last to stand. Zadira pushes over the ridge line, spots his prey. Doesn't quite connect on the first, and actually there's an answer with the auto shot. He wants that flush, but is denied. He's through a third party because it's potential for IWNRX to flow up to the north now.
Nice geometry there. Usage on the smoke. Down the hill. It's a great opportunity now for 77 again. That little bit of high ground over towards their south side. Massively important coming into the next circles. You can see there on the top right hand side of your screen. Showing you how important that position is. So being able to win versus Black Esports with all 4 players alive. Very, very well done. Matic finally goes down to RCB, no less.
Yeah, he sent in very, very quickly, tried to take an outpost against Enigma Galaxy, and RCB were able to pop him as he went for the roll-up. He went for a mad dash to the middle towards a shack that Snoix is currently holding, but didn't really work out for him. It's the sort of play that you have to make as a solo. So.
Is that the same shack that Snoix is just watching players die on the outside of it?
Yeah, I think that's the second, right?
He's like, oh, I don't want to leave.
Everyone's looking. I don't want to leave. Brute force, though. Oh, what a warpath. Tearing straight through him. Freezer with the shotgun. Unfortunately, Coops a little bit quicker on the draw with a Bison and will be able to take him down. 2 players down, but no points earned. Brute force roll up and get swept aside.
Damn. Freezer looking frosty. That is wild on the entry. Almost ice spears all 3 of them. Coops is like, there's a demon that's just entered the premises. I'm going to need to exercise this fool. And she gets him out the way, but that looked very terrifying for Twisted Minds.
Yes, the old Koa spray down on the door frame. Same situation. Does get a little bit crazy. Sometimes. Virtus Pro on the west point. Going to be guarding out. Or trying to. This is, yeah, Freezer for 1, 2, 3. Just pump action after pump action shot. I think he was low on the shells there. He only had 1 chance. That was a brilliant spray down from 77. Those team shots. Excellent stuff. IWNRX just with Kind now. And they are being descended upon. Virtus Pro not really wanting to move too much. 77, they're going to appear over the ridgeline, and you're not going to last too much longer here. Doesn't go down just yet. And finally, Zadira finds the mark. They burn his body for good measure.
Virtus Pro, Malloy. Down towards the south side with Koa. Again, we want to see more out of Virtus Pro. Shifu moves up, has nades, and a lot of support from his teammates, as well as the Molotovs coming through. Koa can't really step forward, steps into the Molotov. No. Very, very well played. And they really should go off the back of that. They know there should be only 1 player left inside that shack. They just need to angle a good nade inwards. And these smokes are providing them with the cover they need.
You're less worried about Virtus Pro themselves, but more worried about Enigma Galaxy across the road. You can see they're taking shots out their way. An immediate re-knock from Zadira, though, up from the high ground. Enigma Galaxy definitely slowing 77 from taking down Virtus Pro entirely. Twisted Minds moving up towards RCB here. Rob's leading that charge, but Doran is down and RCB are doing well. S2G trying to convert off of their Sandhawk chicken dinner. Try and chalk another one up. On the eastern side, they are kept out of this circle. Enigma Galaxy with the advantage in terms of position for this circle. They've got all 4 of their players alive. Snoix still has that central shack that people have been dying left and right from. And nobody's really got the gumption or the position really to roll up for it right now.
Rolls underneath. Twisted Minds have a fair few teams to hold out, including RCB, S2G and Guild on that northeast side. Guild with zero elims so far in this game. Yeah, big old climb for a lot of these squads. Very awkward terrain to play. Enigma Galaxy could actually regroup onside the compound that sits down towards the south side. Good shots from Silas though. Finding Guild. There is a little bit of clapback though.
There's a conversation being had on the northeast side, and RCB are going to have to start to fend off on multiple fronts. Falcons eliminated on the southwest, could not make their way on in. Twisted Minds, whilst in the circle, under a lot of pressure from S2G. Luckily, the knockover to Marso, who is one of the breakout players on this S2G roster, is down on the south edge. Do they want to invest time in going for that res? Well, they're not going to have that choice anymore because Coops sees to it that is done and dusted. S2G trying to keep themselves now as 3. RCB dispatching Guild on the north side. Adding up to 8 eliminations now total for them.
RCB not doing badly at all in this game, honestly. 3 players though, and the health does not look too great. To see just how far they can get through. I do like this play from 77. It's a bit risky taking the 2-2 split, but they have the majority of the high ground just to poke their heads down and potentially take some pot shots here and there. S2G moves over. Hamzy taking a wild run. But Kelsey at least is there to immediately provide the backup spray.
77-2-2 split right now. Silas gets spotted. Pinned down in the smoke. Kelsey repositioning to maybe third party this. The spray from Magnum looks good and on target, but there's a player close by than more close by than he thought there would be. Goes down and gets flushed. Shifu none the wiser. 77 split now potentially coming back to bite them. They're so preoccupied with Virtus Pro, but Shifu wants revenge, and Loxy now the last to stand for it. S2G rolling around on the south side of this, not really taking shots at 77's Lone Ranger now.
Yeah, they have an inkling that there's teams and fighting going on in front of them. Like you say, staying out of it. I mean, with 3 players, you realistically want to leave your engagement to the end. Shifu going to take another peek over the top. He is. Smart move from him.
Finds another point for them. 9 eliminations now. S2G, at the moment, having a difficult rotation. Wow. They really want to sweep through this north side. A lot of damage over to Shifu and his immediate back off there. 77 are going to have to descend in. And again, think with Galaxy. Despite only having 2 players, I feel like they could still go quite a distance into this one.
Yeah, you're not wrong, John. I think it's absolutely a possibility. RCB underneath. Just Loxy remain now. The 5 Elim, so he's had a pretty damn good game. But 5 teams into stage 7. Leaping Galaxy with Snowix as well as Ralph picking themselves up. Couple of decent positions as Snowix continues to desperately hold on towards this compound. Compound, I say, it's a shack. Put it how it is.
Ooh, put a pin in it, Loxy. Able to staple him to the floor on a 180. Looks for more as well, Loxy, with a 1v3 against S2G. This man has made a rubber because those bullets are bouncing off him.
Can we get a replay on the 180 switchback? The suppressor making it sound like he's slapping him. That's exactly what he did. This was a pimp slap on the 3rd. Oh, that was ridiculous.
What just happened?
No, you stay off that boogie right now.
He's just put them on notice. They're on curfew now.
Yeah,
if I was insane.
If I was S2G, I'd be pretty sad the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's got to be a stinger. Yeah. Especially when they were like, okay, we've got a good position now. Like we just take down Loxy. Like we regroup after that, and then we transition down to the middle of the circle. Damn it! Raid boss Loxy's here to pin you to the floor. Excellent.
Gives the noise was the best part about it.
It's like a
what's going on?
Like an old school Batman cartoon. It's like pow.
It really was. It really was. I was half expecting to see the cartoonish speech boxes pop up.
Yeah. Pow. Wham. Slap.
Thwack.
Flumple.
Don't think that's part of it. Stop it.
Definitely been one.
No.
It's the sound of S2G's bodies hitting the floor.
Flumple.
Flumple. Yeah, that's right.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Snowix in his shack. King in the castle. Just looking it down. All the pretenders to the throne trying to descend the hills. And Snowix has kind of been... He has just been chilling here for so long. Like 2 or 3 people have rocked up onto it. And just been taken down by 77 or by Virtus Pro. Or by Loxy.
Yeah, Loxy's kind of the demon in the lobby at the moment. I thought Freezer was kind of crazy. There's been a fair few awesome solo plays this match. They really just boil down to just this high ground that we mentioned earlier on for 77. It's very hard to get past.
Ooh, there we go. Loxy out. No more nightmares for the rest of this lobby. But Limbo Boom Gets the spray down onto Koa. Looks for Malloy as well. Virtus Pro have been on copium for a while at this point. They've just been surviving. And they've done pretty well for it, to be fair. That manages to rack them up into 3rd place. They did only get 2 elims, though, so not a super high point-scoring game, but you'll take it. You'll take it. Nigma Galaxy now in a 2 versus 3. 77 going to have to breach some pretty open ground. You can see they're going to establish those smoke cover lines and try and get something done. Ralph's down to the Scorpion.
Yeah. The Nigma Galaxy hasn't really had a lot of opportunities to reloot or recuperate some of their gear, but Snowix, after experiencing all the death around him, starts to deal it out himself.
Ooh, nasty from Ralph. That works well. Snowix is there. On target. Smoke still. Blocking off the sightline. Snowix cooking the nade. Circle will push to the middle. And again, it's right on top of this shack.
Very amusing the way this has panned out. Zadira, though, we need a little bit of that MVP energy coming through from him. These final moments. 477.
Ooh.
Good catch. Didn't quite find it. Leaving it up to Shifu to find Ralph.
Stepping forwards, Zadira into the fight. There's a player uphill. Shifu handles Ralph on the backline. Snowix cooking a nade, has 2. Drops it left, but they hold their horses and really nice timing there. Zadira follows in after it, hopping up, trying to get the spray down, but he's a wily old fox in the side. Zadira bites his time, and out he goes, clips him, and immediately there's value, a response. Zadira can't get rezzed here. It's a 1v1. Snowix has the center. Shifu has to move. He's in for the fight, has the auto shotgun, but he's low already. Gets tagged up, slithers around the edge as the flush comes through. Snowix is guaranteeing the point for Nigma Galaxy in the middle. He's defending his stronghold, but finally the bricks start to crumble. And onto the inside at 77 to close it down, or a chicken dinner. Mighty from the top of the hill. They spot their prey. It's a battle to make it work, but in they go and get the chicken dinner.
I mean, Snowix the Reaper has the scythe ripped out of his hand there by Shifu in the end game, but I really do think there should have been a moment where Shifu moved up, potentially. Maybe there was that thought going on in his head that he was going to hold out on the side, wait for Snowix to jump out, potentially catch him on the off angle, which also makes sense. But yeah, what a wild way to finish it. Really did feel like it was almost a case where Zadira clinches that one. Sorry, Snowix almost clinches that one. After the first DBS elim that came through onto Zadira, I was like, oh, there's a chance. There's a chance.
And then when he tagged it on as well for the 2nd round of damage. This was nuts from Freezer. Getting 1, 2, 3 with a pump action. Hoops was just a little bit too much. 1v4 is very, very rare to see. And again, solo plays, like you highlighted, like you called out. One of them, Loxy, who was able to escape from this engagement with Guild, going 1 against 77 as well. The rest of his team went down, sure, but then S2G, they tried to deal with it on their own, and this is what happened.
Yeah, it's just a wild fight here. I mean, even being able to give him the time to put out the M4 as well is just crazy stuff. Also, a bit of Benny Hill action there towards the end with Shifu running around the shack, chasing him down. What a weird and fun game that one was. I do think that my favorite part was definitely, Zeus just rocking up completely bewildered to the compound with Heroic. Oh, this looks sweet, lads.
Yeah, let's go here, right? Yeah, it's fine.
That's pretty free to me.
They say, oh, my sensors detect no danger. But they just rock up and do lose a player because of it. But then nobody really won from that compound. Nobody who went in escaped unscathed. I mean, Matic was maybe trying to do some bits down towards it, but as a solo who lost most of his team earlier, that's another thing as well. Shenanigans with Team Spirit on their early drop. It did not go well for them. They lost 3 very, very quickly. On that match, though, it was 23 points for 77. They were able to get a really nice result. 13 elims, 12 elims for RCB as well. They held the hills to the southwest of Pachinki for quite a while, and they were fending them off for a long, long time. So obviously that's where they've been able to get a lot of value for this match. Nigma Galaxy getting in pretty late, right into the end, with 14 points on the game.
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, 14 points. Surprising stuff. I mean, kind of goes down to Snox, and you see why Matic wanted that shack. He really wanted it for his own because it was going to be a perfect position to take another second place from. Yeah, Team Spirit, I think they should throw the game away. Not too unhappy about it though, because they played so well so far. So yeah, I think they're entitled to one game where they don't have to play it all the way to the end, because they have seen more game time than I think any other team over the past 2 weeks from their 1 week on week 2.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I wonder which team has the highest average survival time in the game. But of these two teams that were into the final round, Enigma Galaxy getting 3 knocks is quite comical, to get 8 limbs as well.
Yeah.
They have been pilfering the larders of plenty other teams.
Just waiting for teams to head on through, just picking them up as they go down. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, if it works, it works. 77 though, they had the correct position on the map, and they played it well. I think the 2-2 split was actually quite smart. It's unfortunate Loxy was there on that side and did find Magnum. I think there's potential where Magnum actually finds a lot more eliminations, but his spray just goes a little bit off kilter. You can see here, 2,000 damage for RCB. Crazy match here, mainly held up by Loxy being such a demon in that location.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive to be able to get that 180 and then readdress the fight that you'd already been taking. It was... Yeah. I mean, you can't fault it, right? It was a little bit of a misstep from S2G coming off of a win. You expect that they maybe have a little bit better momentum, but it was not to be. Loxy swept them aside, and in the end, everybody fell before the feet of 77 as they run down the hill and make it work. We'll see you guys in a few for another Erangel.
Percent of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
The world failed, each of us. In our own way, fortune favours the brave.
We are getting into match number 3 on the day. We saw some pretty spectacular solo plays in that last match. Hopefully we'll be treated to the same sorts of displays in this next one. But in the end, it was 77 to take home the chicken dinner and a whole load of points for it. My name is John Arnold. With me is Blank, and we are breaking down everything here at EMEA. And eventually, well, I'm not sure if we don't know if we'll be there, but you guys could certainly be there at the PMGC later on this year. If you scan that QR code, grab a 40%, that's right, 40% discount on a limited early bird tickets. Make sure you're scanning those codes to get on over to London later this year to see some of our best teams take on the rest of the world.
Exactly, John. We want to see our best squads heading through. We do have quite a few squads from this lobby heading there. Got the double thumbs up, nice to see. And we got Nomi without his signature hairband. Apparently his hair has now been in the hairband long enough that it just stays in place, no problem. RCB, after a great game, Loxy feeling fairly good with himself after that last one, getting a huge amount of damage done, an incredible clutch moment.
Yeah, it was really quite spectacular to be able to do that. He certainly unleashed the beast, Blank, with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. You'll find out all about that. It was certainly a bit of a monster moment for Loxy.
Really was. And we on our screens we just saw Marceau from S2G. Honestly, doing such a ridiculous amount of good work for the squad. Super happy to see it so far. And again, for S2G, I reckon they're very pleased with the pickup there. Twisted Mind's looking a lot better. This is a team that was pulled together recently, all 4 of these players. And I think that slowly but surely, they are becoming more and more accustomed to each other's gameplay, which is really nice to see. Again, for Twisted Minds, I didn't expect that team to work immediately. That's taken a while.
Yeah, I mean, it was a team that needed some maturation. It needed a little bit more growing room, right? I mean, it was July. I think it was in July, the end of July, that they picked up this roster to be able to bring it and field it for this tournament. So this is their first full outing. And so far, it has been, I would say, pretty successful for them. On that front, the wild fragging teams, some of them have calmed down a little bit, tried to take the off angles. Calm down, goodness me. Think the Galaxy. You can't be biting those fingers off. You need them. You're playing PUBG Mobile.
I was very confused about that whole interaction there.
Yeah,
but at least it's happier than Silas.
Ooh,
who's cold today.
He's grumpy. He's grumpy. He's cold. He needs
proper
to get into
gumpy,
game.
this guy.
Oh, well.
So sad. Anyway, I think for RCB, they've not done badly. And I think they should be happier. Those Silas coming from the heights of winning PMGC have now been flitting around teams. Finally finding his place on RCB. It's a bit of a weird journey for him.
Yeah. I mean, it just goes to show, like, the quality of gameplay that moves up around you. You cannot miss a beat. You need to be lockstep with the rest of the world if you want to be a global champion multiple times running. Or if you even want to be a contender multiple times running. As we head into our game, we're going from George Pole down to Novo. It seems like the plane always just has to end in Novo these days, but that's where we're going once more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really confused by it, honestly, because I don't think we've seen really much variation from the ending of the circle so many times. Either starts in Novo, ends in Novo. No changes there. I think we've seen a few playing paths that have headed hard over towards the western side, from the south up to the north, from Primorsk to Zaki. That's really the only variation we've seen as of late.
Teams dropping out. I don't imagine too much conflict. I'll be interested to see if Team Spirit do lose players again, but I think given RCB moving away, there's a couple of other teams that could potentially hot drop, but I don't think that this is a hot drop kind of a plane path. Could be some arguments between Team Spirit and Footballers Chaos, but I think Team Spirit are dropping a little bit shorter. Footballers Chaos want to go further out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for a lot of teams, you don't really want to drop on top of Team Spirit. It's a bit of a strange scenario where RCB drops late, is able to find Kitsune on a bit of a wild drop off towards the side, goes from there. But again, that's not the norm, to be honest. It was a knock coming through over towards Black Esports. Yeah, knock and a flush. Essentially from Guild. I think it would only make sense to be from Guild. Honestly, over towards that northwest side.
I mean, it could be... Yeah, it's most sensibly as Guild, but could be potentially others. We did see the overalls there on the left-hand side of the screen. You could see S2G still atop the tables, finishing late in that game that we just saw. And there we go. Oh, it was S2G. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Grabbing some vehicles. Oh, I think, yeah. They've dropped very wide. Oh, they've done this before, haven't they, for Black? They've left Poser in North George. 2 of their players are over in Sunken. They're dropping the vehicles very, very split. And S2G happened to be dropping on one of them as well.
Yeah, it's a nice capitalization. Again, I think this is one of the scenarios on a plane path like this where you wouldn't particularly want to go for a hard split. It's a weird drop that Black Esports has, but it's also one of the drops that is massively contextual to the plane path. Right, and I think you need to understand when it's time to just all drop in North George and play from there, as opposed to trying to split up too much. You always find vehicles on the way. Most of the time, the entirety of the northern side of the map is clear, other than Falcons playing in Severny. So yeah, I think for Black Esports, it's sort of an unnecessary split.
Yeah, especially with the whole of North George. I mean, you do.
Yeah,
I mean,
not to
obviously
mention-
prioritizing. Yeah, prioritizing vehicles, especially in the early game on that northern side. Sure, teams may be going for some backup drop locations in terms of grabbing vehicles early. Sure, potentially unawares that could happen, but yeah, you do need to be with your wits about you and try and figure something out. Not going to work out this time around, though. Team Spirit uncontested on the south side this time as well. And that's going to allow them free reign to transition and maybe have a good game here with 15 points so far on their 2 matches. They're doing okay. They're keeping pace. And that's kind of what we wanted to see for them this week. It's unlikely that you can carry through a week like week 2 for Team Spirit, but just being consistent, like kind of what Na'Vi was able to achieve into week 2, generally quite a good approach.
RCB usually playing around Rozhok a lot of times. They found all their vehicles now. I think everyone has one to their own. So they'll be heading over towards a position where play a little bit more permanently in this circle. Very fast rotation from them, actually. Considering the drop spot as well, the speed at which they've been able to get things back in order. I mean, you can see the DP off in the distance on one of the players and the pump shotgun here. It's not like they have the ideal setup, but they sacrifice the ideal setup for a more central spot and longevity in the game, I would say.
We'll have to loop back on that as the game goes by, but we'll see how it goes for them. Ingrid Galaxy in Pachinki. Yet to leave. They should have been here for quite a while now, so can't imagine that they haven't figured out stuff that they need. Level 3 helmet from Narvalo, and they should be all very much looted and booted, ready to go. The question is when? When do they leave Pachinki? Because teams are starting to move around them now. Power are moving in from that northwest side. Zeus from the west on that Gatkar area. Team Spirit getting spotted by IWNRX, but Team Spirit are ahead, closer to the center, as IWNRX move along the coast from Ferry Pier.
But IWNRX, not a bad position, but yeah, very exposed to Team Spirit. I was going to say this. And already, Team Spirit nice and looted, no contest in farm, and this is a game that they could play a little bit more comfortably. I'm pretty sure they just vetoed the last game. So this has gone horribly. We don't want to play it. We'll just go ahead and continue. I don't know. I don't know if it's a tactical choice. I think especially for the league stage, you have a bad start to the game, like, and you have a good mentality coming from game 1. It's like, why don't we just veto this game?
Let's not. Yeah, let's not break. Let's not break. Let's just chill out.
Let's just go again. Map 3. And I think with the points they got from Sandhawk, it's not a big deal. Especially for Team Spirit. I think it's very much... I don't know if emotional is the right word. But certainly the way it feels, where, you know, if it's a good day or they're all happy, generally play pretty flawlessly. So just get rid of the rough games.
Okay. It'd be interesting to know if that played at all into their thought process as to how they played that. Right, because it did just seem terrible, frankly, the way that they played into that engagement. It did not go well. So it would be curious to find out more, but we'll have to wait. Guild, they also need to do some fixing. Try and shape up a little bit, because it has been fairly dismal. But they're not at the bottom of the tables, Blank. They've got 1 point.
I got 1 point. They're ahead of Brute Force and Black Esports. It's a technical ahead of Brute Force right now. But for Black Esports, currently 16th, 0 points found over 2 games. It's not impressive, but it's something similar to impressive.
It's like the opposite, right?
Yeah. but also impressive. So we found no points over 2 games.
They did great things. Terrible, yes, but great.
Yeah, exactly. Just waiting to get into stage 2, though.
Shift up to actually a fairly central area considering the landmass that sits into this circle. Teams out on the west, I think, are going to have the tough time with this one. Also, those Yaz fields on the north side that Falcons are going to have to cross could be troublesome. Be an interesting bit of land to try and navigate here as we go over to the areas to the north of Shelter, to the east of the Potato Hill. Get a little bit more central with it. Lewis gets clocked. Jaw spun, 77. One more point.
I think for a lot of our squads here, it is interesting because this is one of the few circles where there is a lot of rotational pass through. Nick the Galaxy, though, up against IWNRX. Another good shot from Narvalo, but unable to take down Frozen. And he will be flushed out.
Traded, though. Redox is there. Gets the knock, gets the flush. Kine. And Frozen now the last down behind the buggy, but he steps up for the fight. Snowick's down and out. Power rolling on in as well. Trying to move through this one. Al Hadji finds Redox lying in wait, though. Has to hit the deck. Can't do so in time. There is a reverse knock sent in as that comes in from the north. That's 77. Still scrapping it out on the northern side. Team Spirit are close by. Virtus Pro are into play, and this is a hotly contested Potato Hill Summit.
Yeah, a lot of teams trying to take advantage of this one. This is that southwest crossing, and again, you're saying it's very tough for a lot of the Western teams, and it will be because a lot of them had the exact same idea to get some scouting done from the top of Potato. Unfortunately, everyone was in the same mindset there. Turned into a full-on free-for-all.
That's Pro trying to get Malloy to say, well, Malloy trying to get Malloy to safety as he hops behind the tree. Team Spirit seeing everyone off, shooing them out.
I like the idea that Malloy just talks about himself in third person.
Malloy is trying to save himself right now.
Malloy, can you stop talking like that? Yeah. Malloy is very worried in this situation.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I like it. That's canon now.
This is their only option, realistically. Huge shot to start things off, though, as Malloy does find his target. Hello?
What do you mean, Malloy? What? We can see the feed. Why are you saying it like that?
Malloy is thinking about going in the building.
He's just stepping in, stepping out. Playing hokey cokey with Loxy. That's a dangerous place to be with the auto shotty. He's going for another one. Let's see if he can turn it around because the rest of his team's here as well this time. And actually, they just shut it down for him. Loxy stays alive on the inside, but it's Pro down.
I
Malloy's
enjoy...
sad.
Yeah, Malloy, very sad right now. I do enjoy the fact that Loxy takes down 2 of the players there in short succession. And it felt like he less needed his team, but more needed the confidence of having teammates close by in terms of taking that fight. So a quick rotate down towards the compound underneath. Very, very fast movements from RCB. We do get a northeastern shift on this stage 3. S2G fairly pleased with this one. We are on the south side of Yasnaya, so not a huge rotate for them to make. It'll be Footballers Chaos looking to take a ditch just towards Dip.
That's a good job, Falconist. Sure. No one's covered on in. Nomi spraying down some reproachful players from Power, but they're up on the north. They're playing us too. They're trying to find a little foothold here, any sort of sanctuary. Into the garage they go. Vidan's buggy. Back tire missing. Right place to get it repaired.
Everyone loves this position. I do not. It's very open on the front side. And again, you do have to just set up the vehicles as essentially the impromptu cover on the entrance. 77 and Zeus that western edge, I think both these teams are going to struggle here. So many positions already taken up. Likely they'll either have a full squad wipe or one or two of the players get knocked out of vehicles. It would be extraordinary if they're able to get in.
77. Bumping over the terrain, and so far doing okay. Picking up Magnum. Now there's the big test. Zeus going down to a player from Falcons there. Pretty impactful, potentially, to open up an angle for it. Another nade up onto Rita's back. Takes him very, very low. That's almost certainly a bleed out. 77. Gonna rally on through, and Spark has more nades cooking. Hope goes down. Spark nade right underneath Shifu. He goes completely kaboom. That's a terrible time for him. Limbo Boom has a nade of his own, but here comes the rundowns. He's playing behind the tree. Spark is going to go in for this flush. Is there an answer? Can they flank around it? Because Zadira is catapulting himself over these ridges with the vehicle. Sprayed down by Spark, though, in a lot of danger. But there's the nade in response. And just Magnum stands. It's getting a little bit chaotic here on the west side. But at the moment, Falcons seem to have met their match in 77. But it's the same true on the other side.
Yeah, nade from Ragnar. But the entirety of Falcons should go down here. He just need to go a little bit further. Potentially getting Limbo Boom up if Magnum was more on the ball there. That's a mistake.
Killed. Toe-to-toe with Zeus right now. Jakey hops over for the spray. Successful in their pursuit. They got 2 more points this match. Aaron, though. 1 versus 1. The standoff between the two. Jakey cooking a nade. Aaron breaking wide. Goes towards the back now. Jakey puts the pin back in. Repulls and thinks he knows he's got a read on it. But getting the res onto Wagner, I think this is probably priority given that there's 4 seconds on the zone closing.
Yeah, you need to move. Down towards dip and mini dip. That's likely where a lot of the action is going to take place in the future. And Brute Force already find dip so easily. Everyone assumed it was already taken. Once again, Brute Force sniffing out some open spots inside the circle.
Happy days.
Very happy days.
That south side could potentially be pretty clutch for them. Footballers Chaos, I think, in a controlling position on this circle, though, with the compound that they currently occupy. They just have a lot of sightlines to everywhere around them. There's a lot of flat terrain. Even the compound on the far east of this circle would be dangerous to take against them, but Twisted Minds as well, with a slice of it over on the southeast of that position on a little bit of a ridgeline high ground plateau.
Black Esports do find themselves shelter in mansion. Not in shelter, but in mansion.
Ah, right. Yes.
Not a bad spot to be in. Guild finally falls down. Matic finally shots over towards Loxy. I don't know if there's a flush coming through yet. As I said, for Zeus and 77, it was so unlikely they were making it through this game unscathed. Great shot from HMZG over towards Falcons, and Magnum will pick up that point. Again, I think for Falcons here, this is a weird move for me, as I think that their priority should not have been on chasing down Magnum, but instead finding a spot inside the circle that was playable.
West side of the circle, overlooked by Team Spirit still. As we hop on over to the north side, the forward position for Magnum. The last player of 77, and he's spotted RCB. They're out of the circle, so they do need to get a move on. Get hoofing. Aaron spotted last player for Zeus, so that will be added to the tally for Team Spirit. For the time being, Heroic pushing into the north side of S2G. Holding that ridgeline against the S2G compound. This is a really difficult standoff for both teams, really. You need to get fast up to that compound down from the ridgeline. And it looks like they're mounting up for it. A reverse. A swing around. No, they're just moving the vehicles into a more maneuverable position. Walsh with a desperate breakout wide to regroup with Jafar. Manages to make the dash.
Heroic in a awkward spot at the moment. But at least can play the game out for a little bit longer. I think potentially... Yeah, Alamo has its benefits right now for S2G. It's not a place you want to crash at all. So you're moving forward. Brute Force did have the option to head over towards Dip, and Neos is probably crying out for his team to come join him, but Team Spirit will have that high ground plateau just toward their east to watch over towards these teams. But I think are looking to finish off the final player from RCB for moving down this way, which is smart.
Heroic managed to transition out to the east, not go for that crash onto the Alamo. And S2G are trying to get ahead of it. You can see they've pushed out Kelsey to the southeast side. And they really want to keep this containment in on Heroic, and rightly so. This is a team to worry about. Toshbik putting a nade down range as Heroic mounts up yet again. Kelsey being the forward position. May just come back to bite them though, as he has to now defend off against all 4 players of Heroic. He's doing a hell of a job. Gets one, but goes down in the process. The rest of S2G rally on through as Kevin hops into the back of the buggy. They want to keep one of their players alive, keep all of their team nice and healthy. All 4 of them would be preferable, but S2G cannot find an opening. They lose 2 on the roll-up.
Yeah, very tough area to move from. I'm surprised Heroic got ahead of them, honestly. It's a very well-placed rotation from Heroic to get to this spot. Like I said, Alamo has its merits, but just not at this point in the game. I think for S2G, they should have moved that a lot earlier, but instead got embroiled in this engagement between them and Heroic, and good shots from Walsh once again. We'll find Marceau and Wash. Wow.
Yeah,
I don't know when he hit him.
Swash goes down as well. I mean, maybe the blue zone was tickling them. Maybe he just tagged on a little bit of damage. We'll have to spot that again. But either way, Heroic do very well to dispatch with S2G. Now they can move in on the north, potentially crash towards Footballers Chaos. But they still have Magnum. They still have the duo from Black Esports to worry about, although that has been cut in half as Toshbik now the last to stand. They make their move over towards Magnum.
Yeah, Magnum had a good spot, but he did not have enough players to hold this spot. We'll move down that way. Team Spirit with the 5 eliminations on the game. Twisted Minds, though, over towards the eastern side. Haven't seen too much action, but at least have controlled this area as best as possible.
Matic spotted. Power from across the way in their building. That's very resible, though, and there is answering shots. Heroic will know about this building. And they're taking shots over towards Team Spirit as well. I thought it was going to be more of a problem for Heroic, but maybe Team Spirit are on the back foot here on this engagement. Kitsune's broken down to the south to get some scouting done. The shift goes over to Footballers Chaos compound now, and this is where they should start to light up the lobby.
Yeah, Footballers Chaos, great spot to be in. A little bit dangerous in terms of having to pop your head up now and again to try and find the shots through. For Team Spirit, considering they weren't able to take down Brute Force, their task is sort of centered around getting rid of Power, Heroic, and Black Esports so they can play this north side of the road.
Would be ideal. Dropping the smokes out to the right-hand side, covering them off. Nade over from Kitsune as he regroups back to the rest of the team. Effect now left behind. A bombardment from Team Spirit. Not really finding enough, but I can't even count that high, I'm pretty sure. The nades that are pouring down upon Heroic's position just keep on going. What is going on? What's just happened here? Kevin's nearly down, but he is still surviving. Team Spirit, they haven't taken a knock in response.
Now they just push it. It's a good nade. Quite good enough.
Right down.
Kevin!
Hops over the buggy. Right over the top of it and nearly goes down. Goodness me. Have to be worried. Here comes Toshbik as well for Black Esports. Is there an entry as they come on through? Kitsune gets found first. Effect is next, and Toshbik is a real worry now. Matic gets close. Nomi nowhere to be seen behind the smoke. Trying to get some healing done. A spray onto Matic. He's wild with it as he pulls out the bullets from the magazine, but Toshbik with a 1v4 potential. The backline for Nomi, and the spray connects, and he goes down. Oh, it's disaster for Team Spirit as Toshbik catapults them off the 0 point mark. What a way to finish that match for them.
Oh, dear me. That is bad news. I mean, to be fair to them, you don't expect a solo in that scenario. They dropped a lot of smokes there. I wonder if they had any left over.
You're making excuses where there should be none.
There is excuses though for them. I mean, I don't think it's so often that you expect a solo play, and I think solo players are like the biggest wild card in this game. And he had such a good angle over towards them.
It's very unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate. It's an unlucky scenario. However, I don't know if it was because Nomi was healing or whatever. I think he probably should have got himself out of the smoke a bit sooner to assist.
Yeah, when the first person goes down, you think, okay, maybe. Then the second person goes down, you're like, okay, definitely. But Matic was just on his own with no cover off. Definitely a little bit late there.
Need some help.
Help me. It's just not coming though. It's just not happening. Uncharacteristic for Team Spirit, and I think uncharacteristic for Nomi as well.
Yeah. Either way, insane push.
Yeah, like the nades that they just like exploded Heroic's position with. Great. That worked. They did really well. They could have had a great position right now, taking on Power, but getting one, okay, Nomi's not peeking. Getting two, okay, Nomi's not peeking. Matic now, he's been driving around for about 5 seconds, and now Nomi peeks, but gets connected on in the smoke and goes down.
Yeah. Nice nades again, though. The bombardment comes through over towards Footballers Chaos, who just cannot weather it. It's Twisted Minds with 4 players, all incredibly low here, though, as Brute Force continues to pepper over towards their location.
I kind of want Toshbik to win now.
Yeah, a little bit.
That'd be pretty good. Oh, lovely nade in from Brute Force towards Footballers Chaos. I mean, there's nowhere really to go in the ditch that they've got. It's pretty difficult to do anything with it when you have a player this close by. Furia leading the charge for Brute Force. Ascend out on the flank for Freezer, and Falcon is the last to stand. The hop out, not good for the first knock, but Twisted Minds could capitalize on this. They have got the res. They are all through. Nades from Furia to try and keep them safe. The rest of the team will envelop them. Nades to the back. Neos is knocked. That's flushed out as well, actually. And Nade does find Coops, but Freezer going down. Still really unfortunate. Another nade. That could be good. Lord nearly falls, but just about stays alive.
Twisted Minds playing the old stack each other on top of one another's heads strategy. It's working out quite well so far. Nade over towards Freezer. I think that should knock him. No, it's a little bit off. He is so fast.
Lord is super low as well. Furia has 2 more nades to go. If he can get it through the door, that would be beautiful. Right in. Posts it to them. And Doran, now the last to go for Twisted Minds. It's a battle of nades here for Erangel. Blast 1, blast 2. Sprays down for the third. What a way to close it down. Brute Force keep on going. 3 players alive. They need the res, though, if they want to take on Power. Toshbik still carrying on.
Dude, Freezer was looking like a nitro-powered crab, the way he was sidestepping all those nades. Oh, a little bit bad for the guys over on Twisted Minds. Go for a little look. Start going in. I guess he has to be a bit worried about tossing these nades out.
Fidan got that first aid off already, though. Which means it's very, very quick. Stunner, not going to blind it. Fidan steps out, but missing with the first DBS shot. You needed to connect, and Toshbik will fall. Not going to be able to have the same sort of success over against Power. But Brute Force have gotten back to full force at the same time. Free pod with the resupply on the level 3s. The rollout's just under so much pressure, but Furia cannot suppress Satan around the corner of that one. The blue zone, however, different story. That's coming whether you like it or not.
Yeah, Power seems to have this ability to get into a lot of late circles, don't they?
That's Erangel, man. It's just how it goes.
Just on a wrangle. Nades going forward, just preventing him from stepping out too quickly. Delayed explosions as well. For Satan, it is most likely game over at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, for
There
Brute
he
Force,
goes.
they find a strong spot. They hold up towards that western side. This might have been a Team Spirit win, if not for Toshbik, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you say it ain't no thing, cut the game, but you're definitely right. I think with the position that Team Spirit had, they could have taken down Power, had a better chance against Brute Force, but Brute Force did exert a lot of control into that late circle, right? They were able to spread out nicely, suppress that road crossing as well. So good stuff coming through from Team Spirit. But once more, a solo performance was the standout moment in that game.
Yeah, it's a solo day. Solo dolo day today. I think we've had a huge amount of those kind of performances coming through. Very curious so far. Do you know what is curious, though? We're already on our 4th map. Might as well.
That's pretty good. We're chewing through it. We're getting through week 3. It has been one hell of a journey for a lot of these teams to make it here, and it has certainly had its ups and downs. This match, though, is definitely a down point for Team Spirit, despite looking like it could have been a shining monument to their week 2 performance. Finan able to handle the player out back, and Satan not getting the flush here is unfortunate. It would have been nice for him to be able to get that point that he was able to get from the player out in the open, but Brute Force not even going to give him that. 9 eliminations and a chicken dinner.
Yeah, great game from Brute Force. Again, I think they're just a team that really is very good at identifying spots in the circle and then just playing them. I think that a lot of our squads right now are a little bit fearful to play those kind of spots, which I'm concerned about. I'm sure will change into the future. Brute Force, they don't really have that same problem. They don't have that problem at all. They are massively to the punch so many times. And they take away 19 points. Though it is Team Spirit with 2 placement points to still take out 2nd place, 11 points.
Hey, there you go. 9 elims, that's going to work out well for you. Obviously, that sweep with the nades on Heroic, the fights that they took earlier, is still profitable. So despite a little disaster over on the western side, it was still a decent game. And they'll add that on, keep things going nice and tidy. But it's interesting because I feel like Brute Force, their one maneuver was, oh, there's nobody in this place, we'll go there. And the rest of it was kind of just like paint by numbers, really. Frag by numbers.
Yeah, pretty much. It wasn't too difficult to work with. And you're right. It's a fairly consistent game after that point where, you know, you move to that position on the map and then it's like clear that angle. Okay, we'll clear the compound last. And from there, pretty easy game. So I think for Brute Force, they'll be fairly happy with that one. Power, though, again, impressive that they're able to get so frequently towards these ending points. Look at that, Furious. 6 eliminations, 1,000 damage, 4 grenade limbs, pre-pod with 324, and it's Fury once again at top traveler. So we almost have his face across the board.
The Novo Knights come through from the southeast side. Brute Force taking a journey. Let's take a look at our overalls now for this week. This is the week 3 overalls, and at the top, 77 with 31 points in that chicken dinner, putting them over Twisted Minds, who sit also on 31.
I mean, for S2G, still 28 points. It's not that bad at all, but for 77, I think they're the turnout here. You know, over 3 matches, 10-point average, not bad at all. Twisted Minds is more surprising than 77, though, in just the sense this is the first time we've seen them come out the gate swinging this hard, which is very nice to see, with 19 eliminations and no chicken dinner, so a very consistent average from map to map, as opposed to 77, who have gained 10 of their 11 placement points from one map on a chicken dinner.
As we drift on down to the second page of the overalls, Power sits atop of them, 16 points earned. And again, getting late into that game, good news. Heroic only on 10. That is an unfortunate turn up. They have been sort of as aggressive today, as is highlighted by the fact that they're 9 eliminations and 1 placement point. But they're not quite winning those engagements this time around this week. So maybe not going to have the same sort of success that they had back in week 2, where they placed second on those overalls. But that second place may be enough to see them with a qualification spot based on the league ranking points they were able to accrue there. But we'll have to wait and see because week 3 is still all to play. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, our third Erangel of the day in for match 4. So don't go anywhere.
For the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Match 4 up next, and we are going to be sallying forth into it very, very shortly. Of course, Team Spirit thought they were going to be able to sally forth over towards that game, but Toshbik from Black Esports had other ideas. He cut them down when they felt they were standing the tallest. Fortunately, that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible display of skill from Toshbik and also patience, honestly, over towards that top side. He heard all the fighting coming through and then picked his moment perfectly, using cover to his advantage. Again, a very unfortunate scenario in terms of just a solo player that gives you the opportunity to do it because you can be very hidden, very snaky from that spot. I don't think Team Spirit will be too unhappy with it, though. 11 points and a second place is decent on the game, as we look to head in towards our fourth match of the day here.
Falcons trying to piece together their gameplay over the course of the last few games, not being the most illustrious. 77, though, have definitely started to excel. They found a chicken dinner so far today. They're getting a lot of control in a lot of games that they're finding as well. And in general, quite happy with what they've been able to pull out the bag. Twisted Minds, they've been doing bits, and that's what we've talked about consistently for this team. It is finding that cohesion. I don't necessarily expect great things from them this first season, but if they stick it out together, I think that it could be one of the strongest rosters we've got in this region, which is saying something, because there are quite a few pretty strong results, I think it's safe to say, from the rosters here.
Yeah, I think from everyone playing at the moment, it feels a lot more consistent overall now in terms of our performances from each squad. And again, I think for teams like Twisted Minds and some other squads inside the lobby who were struggling week one in terms of finding their rhythm, finding their flow, that's not the case anymore. I think a lot of them are figuring out exactly how they want to play this one out and what kind of play style they want to incorporate. So again, I do enjoy what I'm seeing at the moment from a lot of the squads, and I think this is probably our most even and most competitive week out of all three of them.
Competitive with the Infinix GT20 Pro. All of our players are using them, featuring a dual chipset and 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. And we are going to be heading in with those phones in just a mo, as Erangel gets loaded up, locked in. The lobby seems to be fairly ready, and people are running around. I can see him controlling his character there. Footballers Chaos, they're in. Where's everyone else?
Where are they? Where have they gone?
Yeah, where are they? Come on, get back here.
Bring them back.
It's time to game.
Right now.
Ooh, that's a lock-in. That's a locked-in face.
That is indeed. But yeah, 4th match of the day already. Erangel. We are zooming through our games right now. After this one, we'll have 2 more matches over towards Miramar, which does suit some of our other teams a little bit better. And I feel like this warrants a map, and indeed it does.
Ooh, little bit of Erangel, maybe, for the 3rd time today. I think it's about time. So does the music. Check your taped up wrists there.
Yeah, what's that all about?
Yeah. These, structural support does havoc to the skin. Make sure you've got a good skincare routine. You're not letting your skin breathe for a long, long time. It's going to get moist and damp, white and wrinkly. Ugh. Don't like that. But I do like a plane path. This time, it's not going to end in Novo. We're going from Lipovka to the west coast.
No more Novo. Very nice to see, especially for our final Erangel of the day, so we'll breathe a little bit more life in towards our teams here. Heading over from Lipovka to the northern side of Primos, but yeah, nothing really too exciting with this plane path. This will give a ton of opportunities to absolutely everyone, and a little bit more opportunity over towards our eastern teams. I think this is the first time in a while we'll see a lot of our eastern squads being able to get out early and loot earlier, which is important, especially for getting to the center of the circle quickly.
Fairly accessible all round. Twisted Minds, they've hit the deck fast. They're going to be getting on through Brute Force. I thought the Brute Force were down on the southeast, but they were just hidden behind the Twisted Minds and Team Spirit nameplates. And it looks like everybody else is going to be going down because the plane path might not have ended over towards the military island, but the circle certainly wants to. Let's see these fast rotations. Team Spirit taking that jump off the cliff as fast as possible to get across the water. I'm talking about IWNRX getting through nice and early. Heroic's movements, though, here are really interesting. Look at what they've done. They've readjusted, and they are taking position near the bridge. They're wary of these early rotates that are going to come through from the west side.
Yeah, down towards Sosnovka. So although we get a different plane path, we get a nasty circle to follow up with down towards the south side of the map. Right now we got Enigma Galaxy rotating in towards Pachinki as per usual, but these guys will have to get a move on. Quick loot spree, then move on out because you cannot stay here anymore. This is almost certainly a military base finish.
Yeah, I think it has to be now. Enigma Galaxy grabbing vehicles from Pachinki. Everyone's going to start to crunch in. Heroic, they are holding around the bridge. They are just rolling through, trying to stay on the road. There's a lot of them in this vehicle. They're going to hop out and try and catch Frozen here, and it's going to work for them. Another knock underneath this bridge, and IWNRX really, really curtailed. Heroic want the fights here. This is characteristic of them. They're being aggressive, and I love to see it.
Yeah, you want it to happen. I mean, for Heroic, they sort of have the optimal start to the game because they drop towards military base. If they can hold out some teams, you know, potentially pilfer some loot on the way in, they're just having the post-delivery come to them. But with Enigma Galaxy already losing a couple of players, with Narvalo down now as well. Like I said, Enigma Galaxy had to get a move on, but it's Zeus to cut them in half as they pass over the bridge.
Trying to stand up, Ralph goes down first. Zeus, they slow down to get the shots in, and it's going to work out for them. Narvalo as well goes down. Zeus pushed through. Heroic on the other side, they have completely left that bridge hold now. They've gotten a point, they've gotten some value. They're going to get looted because they know everybody else is going to be coming for them. Taking a position in those hills to the north side of the military base, probably going to be more beneficial for them in the long run.
Indeed. Enigma Galaxy popping out the vehicle. a look at some of these other teams where they're currently placing. Team Spirit making the crossing over the water down towards that south side. And you also got Zeus, who were able to obliterate over towards Nigma NXC. What just happened there?
I've no idea.
Yeah.
But they're back in, and it's fine.
Front flip.
Pretty tricky stuff. Here's Zeus. Okay.
Wow.
So because everyone's moving fast, yeah, okay. That was pretty nasty, and taking the third player down as well. Nice little pickup though. They just got there quicker, and that's kind of the name of the game when it comes to these military early shifts.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the spray there from Darkham was
Clean.
very clean. Yeah, squeaky, almost. Team Spirit managed to get over towards the northern side of the island. They make Beach Fall. I'll be very pleased. Again, does very much benefit Team Spirit with the circle, with the plane path starting over on that eastern side. Gives them a whole bunch of time to loot up, and they won't be moving over here feeling pretty bogged down in terms of having level 1 vests, level 1 helmets. They should be good to go. Same story for both Footballers Chaos, but these guys usually end up a little bit further off towards that eastern side, which isn't ideal. You don't get all the cover of the compounds on that central location, but they can play the tree line, which will be fine.
I don't think there's anyone in the compound that they are currently pulling up towards. They get nice and high up that cliff as well in the boat as it slowly dribbles back to the water. Team Spirit have managed to find a vehicle or two as well to bring back to the team, regroup onto this compound a little bit further southwest of where Footballers Chaos just managed to hit dry land. Having those vehicles, really, really important. Of course, not rotating over the bridge, you aren't going to have those land vehicles. So grabbing a buggy or two is really, really valuable for Team Spirit.
Massively so. So many teams just are nowhere near to getting in towards the circle, by the way. You got Falcons still in Saverny. S2DG just make their run out. 77 still looting around school. Guild, RCB, Virtus Pro, Black Esports. Bit of a mess right at the moment. I mean, Virtus Pro, you can see on your screens, are at least in a boat heading down towards the western side. RCB having a different approach here in the glider.
Aerial superiority. Captain Wild on duty. He is so ready for it. Oh, it's a Zell in the driver's seat. Okay. Gunner Wild on duty.
Scouting as much as he can.
This is your RCB flight to Sosnovka Military Base. We're currently cruising at a height of 400 yards. We will be making landfall in approximately 2 minutes. The trolleys will be coming down soon. Make sure you inspect our range of perfumes.
And PMGC tickets. Don't forget about that.
We serve Monster only.
Very limited, but exclusive selection of Monster.
That's right. Well, that's a bit of beast-based unleashing there for Zedwolf. Howls at the moon. Gets a knock. Nade over for Kevin. Molotov to force the fight. Capitalizes on it nicely. Knows that he just needs to isolate. Has the advantage with DBS at that range. Now they can turn their attention to getting that res, getting Zedwolf out of this one as well. The south side of the Sosnovka military base, really important to be able to control given where the circle's just shifted. So if Heroic can stay up as many players as possible, it's going to be a good time. But Kevin sees Zedwolf turn the corner and immediately takes him down.
Yeah, he gets rid of him right off the bat there. Marceau out early on as well. Losing Marceau is really unfortunate here for S2G. Not the player I would have liked to have lost. 77 continues careening towards the circle, which is now in stage 2. Sends a little bit further over towards the western side of Sosnovka. Because Black Esports and Guild, who were pommeling one another, over on the northwest. It's around Gatka, by the way. They're playing a whole different game.
They haven't figured it out yet. Has anyone given them the PUBG Mobile instruction manual? I don't know. Maybe not. We'll have to wait. Just to update you on Airline RCB, they did make a successful landing, and Captain Ezel was slightly put out because the passengers all clapped when he landed. So that was a bit weird, and everyone was just like, don't know about that. Kind of strange, but there we go. Wild goes down for it. So he actually did just turn around and clock him. Said, don't clap me. I land this plane every day. Yeah, it's just Wild slow clapping him as he lands.
Yes, yes, well done. You finally did it, didn't you? Landed the plane.
That's why he's down. It's because Wild's down because Azel's just chinned him.
Or he crashed the plane. One or the other.
No, not a Captain Ezel. He'd never do that. The finest pilot this side of Pachinki.
Your Zeus here. It did manage to get 4 players in. Southwest side. Teams were actually transitioned over towards the ridge side. So it's over towards the western side of Sosnovka. I like this spot. It's a good spot to be in. Especially for the rest of the squad. Power's coming in from that northwest side. Surprising that there is no one holding the bridge anymore. I think surprising for Power as well. To make an easy transition in. A lot of teams opting to go for the eastern bridge, expecting that western side to be chock-a-block. And for Power, they take the risk, and the risk pays off.
Twisted Minds creeping across the bridge, but Brute Force are here to blockade them. Doran drops down to the side bridge. You should know how to navigate these. This is a bold push out there, and Coop's actually going to be probably drawing more attention. Hops in, hops out. Furia should have spotted this freezer as well. They're going to know where he is. They're just lining, waiting these shots. The circle goes to the west side of Sosnovka military base in the meantime. As finally they roll far enough forwards for Freezer to strike. They know Coops is behind this truck. They know he's not going to get away. A spray down as Doran pokes his head to the side. Coops has to drop down to the walkway. They have to give up on Doran. There's no way he gets out of this. The EUG finds its mark. The circle shifting out to the west side of Sosnovka. In the meantime, Blank puts that mountain on the west edge of proceedings, on the west side of that runway, to a really, really high priority position. It's going to be difficult to get towards right now for any team that, other than maybe Team Spirit, could make it work, or Virtus Pro if they get onto land, but it's going to be a really important part of this map. Nades forwards for Twisted Minds. They keep trying to batter their way through the bridge.
Twisted Minds just rushing on forwards. Good molly over towards Freezer. Quick tag over towards him. We'll push him off. Not allowing the Molotov to do too much work whatsoever. Robs will send a grenade in, but I think for Twisted Minds, their days are numbered as a ton of teams start to bottleneck behind them.
Oh, yeah. That is really quite nasty. Lord has spotted this. 77 first up. You've got Black Esports, Falcons, and maybe even S2G if they opt to go for the East Bridge. Everyone thinks that the West Bridge is going to be so much more full, but spoiler alert, it's not. There's no one other than Power holding it, which is a much better scenario than what you've got going on here. Lewis, not going to last more than 5 seconds. Crashes into a pillar, goes down. Coops picks that up.
Shots on the top side. Yeah, Coops will find himself. Nice, easy pick up there. Over towards Twisted Minds.
Brute Force leave. What's interesting is that Twisted Minds being there kind of removes the incentive for Brute Force to stick around, right? Because you were waiting there, okay, we'll get some points for holding this bridge. We're going to get some points for 2, maybe 3 teams if they're coming through late, which we're pretty sure that they are. But Twisted Minds sit on the bridge in front of them. They're now going to be picking up those points, and all of a sudden it's, oh, we may only get 1 point or 2 points for staying out and completely ganking the rest of our game. So, well, Brute Force disengage.
It's sort of the opposite, because we've also done this quite a few times, where they will hold the bridge for quite a long time, purely to be the only team coming in from the eastern side. Because they know they're going to struggle going forward. A lot of teams have that rotation locked down over towards the swim or the western bridge. So I think what they tend to do is they just like it, so they know that the complete 180 behind them is totally free. And they play off the back of that. Yeah, they're going to lose some elimination points, but they'll happily let Twisted Minds pick those one up with Lord. But for Brute Force, it just means a really easy and safe rotate from the eastern side. I don't know how they've got to where they've got, by the way. They're actually rotating directly underneath Team Spirit, somehow central. Everyone just let them go through, I guess.
That's where they are now. That's their point. That's their place to be. They just get there. It's that easy. Hope. Ooh, pushed off with the nade. Toshbit goes down. Black Esports are no more. Kaboom. And S2G pick up a point. Falcons as well. The teams on the north side, on the east bridge, will still be putting pressure onto the Twisted Minds. He's hopping over. I think, yeah, Hope maybe down to his last bandage or two. This zone is no laughing matter now. It's stage 4. It's going to do a lot of damage. If you go down, if you get knocked in this zone, you're a goner. There is no getting you up, especially this far out from the zone.
Yeah, Zadira finish by Falcons. There is some consolation prizes for these teams over on the eastern side, but that's about it. Nothing more than that. It's been a weird and slow game. I mean, so many teams didn't actually make it to the circle that there's been a lot of available space found. Maniac last to fall there for Zeus. And they'll go out, and we're down to 9 teams and 29 players already, John. Real significant amount of squads just being removed from the lobby.
The southwest corner of the military base is sat in the middle of this circle. And around this corner, you've got the mountain that sits up to the northwest that RCB and Power are currently fighting over the top of this hill, which will give them oversight down to the southeast side. But it's right on the edge of this circle. Out in the corner of the southwest area of the military base, there are a couple of buildings that have some great sight lines to control the area around them. And then further south of that, you've got a bit of a ridge and a bit of a plateau that will allow you to keep your team safe if you want to take up that position. The difficulty is obviously the contestation. Beg your pardon? The contestation that comes with the outside position there. So it could be a bit of a tricky play for everyone, I think, except for Team Spirit. They're probably the safest team right now. Gonna have the best time for the time being. Power, though, definitely not safe. Neither are Twisted Minds, however, as they do go down all the way. Satan can get rezzed here, as only Coops was the last to stand, and he does fall.
So 8 teams. Ah, it's going to be a slow game, this one, towards the end. Moving into stage 5 soon. But Brute Force, easy rotate. Easiest rotate of their life, apparently. Down towards this roadside. It feels like, I think that they do rotate through on zone 4, usually. That's like their prerogative.
Okay. So Team Spirit have the circle. Brute Force's ridgeline that sits just a little bit north of the circle is also of the road. Sorry, is still fairly strong. I'm interested in what RCB are going to do here. If they're going to roll around and try and sweep through Power and maybe get into the airstrip, or if they're going to just send down and try and find some cover there. Footballers Chaos on the southeast side. They've lost Dokkan around the forward position. 3 of them, the remaining 3, are going to hop into the vehicle. Neos, a wide outpost for them. For Brute Force. In a little bit of danger here. I think that perhaps Neos' split right now is a bit risky for my liking. I mean, sure, you want to cover off the flanks and the people taking up the position to the east of you on the ridgeline, because you know you're just going to have to take that fight. But very, very isolated. A little bit treacherous, potentially. Falcons are trying to scout out towards Team Spirit, but they're not giving an inch over on the military base corner. And Power are getting close to danger as well as they move into the house next door.
Yeah, Power moving down from that north side. They had that 2-2 split, so they've got backstops. And now they have a frontline location for the rest of the team to move over towards. this does move further towards that north side, at least I'll have players up there as well to rotate to. Ball is chaos. Southeast side. A lot of teams down towards the south do need to figure things out.
Yeah, they are getting cut out fairly quickly now. And the blue zone will be upon them in short order. Virtus Pro, they will spot this run out from Footballers Chaos. There's Neos now under pressure. This is that wide outpost I said was dangerous, but there's backup from the shots across the way. Two players rolling past now. He's getting the first done, but not quite for the second. And now Brute Force lose their backstop player. Yekta is still alive. Prepod wants to move in, as does the backup, the roll down from Freezer. Look at this. The first aid is the priority for Yekta, and maybe rightly so. He hops out Freezer into the passenger seat, hits the drop shot, and down they go. Brute Force may be able to get Neos back up just yet, but have they given too much space on their forefront? Prepod is down.
Oh, it's a wild transition from Freezer. Really dangerous. Does work out. Heroic also hemorrhaging players in the meantime as RCB moves over to deal with that one. And Team Spirit just leisurely going about their business in this game. Good roll up from Buddy.
Yeah, I mean, that was two players before, and that knock onto Prepod after the reposition from Freezer. Sure, they saved Neos, but now they're at a disadvantage. Heroic getting the opening that they were looking for. They're on 5 eliminations so far this match. But only 2 players left standing. Team Spirit definitely the team to beat here in this circle. Virtus Pro on the south, very cut out. Very isolated. Team Spirit only have 1 elimination, but they are in this next circle. They will be granted that much, and again, they can just regroup onto the south point if they feel like it, but they don't even need to. Nobody on the south side really has the jets to them to sail into the middle.
Yeah, they've had such a good time here. I mean, they haven't got a huge amount of eliminations, but neither is really anyone else inside the lobby. With it being an awkward Sosnovka finish and Brute Force having such a terrifying presence over towards that eastern side that no one really wanting to go over the bridge. Rather just die out on the northern island. A couple of teams have to move. I think most teams do have to move now, actually. It's a fairly open space as well.
Virtus Pro not having the most successful campaign towards Freezer, but finally finding the shot they were looking for. Unfortunately, now RCB still with a little bit of high ground to play with, sending a player out onto the flank. I'm going to take shots. 2 players from Heroic. They are in a little bit of a bunker, but now the nades can pour in. Another one to follow it up. Putting a third down range. They're just bouncing over this vehicle just behind the player at the back here for Heroic, and finally he goes down. Walsh, though, still alive. Loxy first. Going down second. Not to be, unfortunately. As Loxy falls, sure, but Silas can get this res. Now southwest side belongs to them. However, Virtus Pro over on the east are going to take shots out this way. Team Spirit as well are going to know all about what's going on here.
Yeah, typical Walsh behavior. Really hard to put down, and RCB has to quickly respond on that one. Yeah, crossing this road not going to be easy. And eventually going to have to crest over towards this hillside. Virtus Pro spotting out towards RCB though, and Silas slightly trapped.
SL tries to move in for cover, but they end up both in the same position. Wounded on the floor. There's a knock under the vehicle there from Icy. Just pops a couple of extra shots for good measure, and it's going to work out for them. Virtus Pro, yeah, I think this is the right call. You just go up, right? You've got 4 players. You've got momentum. You've got a knock already. You just get rid of them entirely, and now the south side is yours. Can you transition further north towards Team Spirit?
Team Spirit there, you can see him off in the distance. Holding 2 sides of the roads, very, very smart, especially when it comes to stage 8, stage 9. So 4 teams left. All fairly in troublesome positions. This is the type of game where the circle is going to force the engagements. These teams aren't going to do too much of that themselves.
I hope that well, now actually is when Team Spirit having vehicles is going to be really important to them. Having those vehicles that they're able to pick up across the way along their route here into the military base after the river crossing. It's going to be important, and you're right. This is Team Spirit all the way. However, I'll caveat this. Potential for Virtus Pro to just go in and smash that south point with no response from the north side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, but Team Spirit's got the right idea. Both Matic and Kitsune both have nades in their hands. They're waiting for the crash. They know the crash is coming.
They know nothing of the crash. It's Virtus Pro deciding who rides with who. What vehicles are we taking? Who's taking what sight lines? Which side of the car are you sitting on?
Oh, Kitsune's down.
Bagsy front seat. Oh, Kitsune is down. They were able to find that pick. They were able to get an opening there. I think that came from Falcons across the way. Now it's just Matic on the south hold, and this is disaster for Team Spirit. Losing Kitsune like that, Alhaji gets that flush away. Must have come through from power, but now Matic is under so much pressure. A full 4 team of Virtus Pro and no ordnance to answer it. The nade bobbles in through the window. Matic goes down, and there it is. Team Spirit lose 2.
Oh, that is a big, big error from Kitsune going down like that. I mean, I don't know. Respect to Virtus Pro. Good roll-up, but the worst time for Kitsune to go down there.
Really, really rough stuff, but now the sights are all turned over towards Virtus Pro. Team Spirit, obviously, are going to be aware of it. Power have been taking shots out this way. Bishke goes down first.
It was a trap.
This is far from safe. It was a trap. We gave you 2 of our players to fool you into thinking it was safe. I'm gonna go crazy here for a moment blank. I think Falcons win this.
You know, I would sometimes disagree with this, but honestly, there is a chance for Falcons in terms of the fact that they have oversight over a lot of the important fights going on here. I only worry about the fact that they're going to have to push through the blue.
Yeah. It depends on whether Power are looking at them or not, because I think Virtus Pro are much more considering going across towards the Team Spirit building. But Power, they're looking both ways. However, I think Power are going to have to move right now. They're waiting for another team to go down, but it's just not going to happen. Not yet. Team Spirit are more preoccupied with across the road. As out goes Alhaji. Hits the deck, goes very, very low. Easy falls fully. And Alhaji desperate to get some healing on. Trying to make it through this smoke train. Through he goes. But he's just going to get cut through. Now Falcons with a chance to put pressure towards Virtus Pro. But they do, again, have to make their way. This circle, though, makes it almost impossible for them. And especially with Nomi now descending the stairs. I mean, taking the lookout towards this angle gives Falcons no other choice. They have to go for a push. They have to do it now.
Smokes go down. Virtus Pro, they have more time in the circle, too, going to Zone 9. Sparkstar's 1 nade in the pocket. Effect pulls 1. Oh.
Ragnar in through the window, already damage done. Up into the roof. Oh, this is bold. I like this from Ragnar. But spots Icy crossing the road and takes shots out this way. Koa is down on the crossing as Virtus Pro. They misstep. They think that this fight is going to rage on, but no. Ragnar takes a backward step, takes a breath, and starts layering damage down. Unfortunately, his teammate is out and the Falcons do fall, but this is an opportunity for Nomi to test his mettle now. Needs the res. Needs it now. Virtus Pro down to 2.
They don't have time for this res, I don't think. They have to get these nades through the window, which is really tough. The res comes through just too late. Effects up. But for how long? Yeah.
Oh, dear. That's a pretty brutal way to close it down. Team Spirit do not have the run out. They try and get the second player back up, but it's Virtus Pro to put on a chicken dinner. A great way to close it down, taking that fight crashing into the south side of Team Spirit. People thought it was impossible, but Power gave them that window, and they jumped 2 feet first through it.
Yeah, wow, that was a very interesting game coming through. I think for Team Spirit, it felt almost like they were trying to secure themselves rather a second place as a first place in that game. I felt certain it was going to be Team Spirit win. But as soon as Kitsune gets caught off on the side, and again, it's another low-man team that causes Team Spirit the most amount of problems, with Falcons taking that shot from the sidelines there.
It was really quite tricky. It was unfortunate that they lost Kitsune, and you've got to wonder what he was peeking or where he was positioned in that building to take angles from that and not have a response. Surely they knew that Virtus Pro was the major threat, and the North Point would be able to hold the other 2 teams for them.
Yeah.
Definitely should have been gearing up to that angle rather than exposing themselves to Power, to Falcons across the road.
I think you're somewhat surprised that it's a 4-man squad with a huge amount of utility all passing on the top side. I think that's because RCB got neutered so hard on that south side. They weren't able to use any of their util. So Virtus Pro just had all of this to finish out the game. It was a very, very well done final moment from Virtus Pro as well, because they knew their exit plan there, which was just to nade out the doors as soon as it came through. And Team Spirit was like, well, you don't have any points from us. Okay, well, we're just going to dodge the blue.
They do go out, which is unfortunate to deny those points. But Virtus Pro getting a chicken dinner is, of course, great news for them. They are trying to defend their 4th place spot on the PMGC points totals, which, of course, gives them that direct qualification to the PMGC at the end of the year. But with that match, they've got 1 step closer to holding that off. There are teams waiting in the wings to try and take them down, so they cannot let sleeping dogs lie. They do need to get a move on, which is good to see them doing just that. It felt coordinated from Virtus Pro, I think, for a lot of that match, exploiting some weaknesses, I think, from Brute Force, as well as Heroic over on that south side. They were able to push through a lot of teams.
Yeah, a huge amount of teams for Virtus Pro. And again, very, very well done. Falcons getting second place is a weird one to me, with 7 eliminations over on our northern side. RCB still putting up the numbers. But again, if I look at this, it is most of the usual suspects here over in the top 8, even on a really tough circle like this one, where a lot of teams had to move away from their original drop spots. I think the only team that we're surprised to see down here is IWNRX, who play over towards Ferry Pier, but they have been, honestly, if we flip back the pages of time, really not that great at playing Sosnovka, despite being so close to that bridge crossing.
Yeah, they had a rough time with Heroic during that match. Remember, Heroic dropped around the mouth of the West Bridge, and as soon as they saw that circle pop, they were like, right, teams are going to come across fast and low-geared. We could really take advantage of that, and that's exactly what happened to IWNRX. They lost 2 of their players very early, so it was a difficult match for them to capitalize on. Virtus Pro, Team Falcons are top 2 teams here. Not top 2 in terms of placements, but top 2 in terms of points. A fairly even draw up there with Virtus Pro and Falcons.
Yeah, I think for Virtus Pro and Falcons, definitely a curious one. Ragnar being able to give himself 769 damage and Nomi with the 4 elims. But Falcons, very well played to them. I think they play on that northern side quietly and drop some assassinations where they can, and that leads to them having quite a high placement and also a good amount of eliminations. So they were very opportunistic on that northern side in a very barren area as well. So very well played to Falcons. I massively enjoyed this one.
Yeah, it was nice to watch them from the military base, but Team Spirit couldn't hold the corner of it. In the end, Virtus Pro were able to battle their way in, take a chicken dinner to close out our Erangels for the day. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with Miramar.
like, hey, how'd you like me like that? You lay it down, but it's coming off flat. Like, hey, why you acting like that? Lay it down, kiss your mom with that mouth. I've been feeling oh so marvelous. You stand back and just don't bother this. There's some things that I just rather miss now. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. Hey, how'd you like me like that? I hit the town and I ain't looking back. So hey, how'd you like me like that? We cruising around, got the pedal down flat. I've been feeling oh so marvelous. You stand back and just don't bother this. There's some things that I just rather miss now. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I got a feeling that you would come creeping, so what am I to do? You keep on leaning the walls and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. I got a feeling that you would come creeping, so what am I to do? You keep on leaning the walls and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. Hey, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
Water Boy goes down. The nade through the backline. He finds 1 minute shot.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
Time to head over to the desert here at the PMSL EMEA. We are going to be heading to Miramar next after Team Spirit had it all snatched away from them. In the end, it was not to be. Virtus Pro took the chicken dinner on the Sosnovka military island. My name is John Allen. With me is... Wait, who is it? Oh, that's right, it's Blank. He is going to be here with me, of course, for the next 2 matches and many more beyond. But we're going to be getting stuck into this first Miramar.
Yes, we are indeed, and we've only got 2 more maps left on the day. It's been quite a quick day, actually, but so far we are having our teams all trying to make it towards the top so they can head on over towards the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, which is happening this year, 2024, in London, and tickets are now on sale with a limited 40% early bird discount. So scan the QR code on your screen now to find out more.
Ooh, would be great to see you all there, to see our region try and take on the best. Come on, wake up, Nomi. I know Kitsune went down, but that's no reason to mope. You've got another go. You've got 2 more matches left to play today. I'm sure there will be plenty fine. They've still been racking up a lot of points over on Team Spirit. It just hasn't been as dramatic as it was in week 2, but that's kind of exactly what I said I wanted to see. The Miramar top performance here, and again, it is an entry from Team Spirit, even though their week 1 performance was so subpar. Their week 2 really was able to bolster those numbers, but the average eliminations for Na'Vi being so much higher than everybody else is kind of crazy. However, we're not going to see them today. They are on the bench, which means that highest average elimination team today is 77.
Yeah, and it used to be in the past that it was realistically Virtus Pro that was kind of the biggest target for Miramar in terms of doing well. I have been very, very happy to see the guys from...
Cheeky.
There it is again. Redox is so unhappy with the rest of his team, just constantly attacking everyone. He's a bit of a character, this guy. Oh!
Oh, no. That's right. Oh! No, round 2. Go on. Yay! He nails the shot. Excellent.
A little bit of hot mouth there.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and then
keeping the tongue warm.
I know he's
got
got
the calls exactly on.
Exactly. Perfect stuff. So, although Enigma Galaxy haven't had the most amazing games today, at least they're having fun outside in the lobby.
Oh yeah. That's how you got to do it, though. You got to keep things nice and light. It comes down to it. It's all about team energy that can really take you through the tough times, and that's what you need to do, because it's going to be plenty tough here on Miramar for our first entry into week 3 on the desert. The playing path yet to be decided, but I have my spider senses tingling, Blank, and I sense that it's coming from Puerto Paraíso and it's going over towards La Driguera on the west.
Curious.
By spider senses, I mean eyes.
Yeah, you're seeing things. Well done.
Yeah, that's a sense.
You spotted it. Yeah, nice and low playing path here on Miramar, giving Virtus Pro a lot of opportunity to get over towards Puerto Paraíso very early. Team Spirit over towards Chumacero, 77 over in Los Leones. So yeah, overall, a couple of teams will be benefiting from this one. There might be a few more teams in Los Leones than we were first expecting more, especially because this place can house a couple. Right now, most eliminations just go to Loxy, and that makes sense, considering how well he's been playing so far.
Kind of slick with it on the silenced auto shotty. Not making his presence known except for the players on the unfortunate end of his barrel. Highest damage as well. Definitely a breakout performer for RCB today. And RCB might need just that, because look at what's happened on the east side here. You've got IWNRX, you've got Heroic, you've got Guild, I think that is as well, dropping it around some of the RCB players. So this is dangerous on the east side and could get messy very, very quickly. RCB do have that western point. Look at Silas as well. Dropping very, very far. Everyone going to have to move north as we're almost certainly going to be on board with the Impala hot drop.
RCB, as well as Kane, inside. Wild, taking a cheeky peek at him. What are you doing in there then, lad? Have you got a weapon? I'd like that.
Oh, give that to me. You don't need that, surely.
Come on.
Come on.
Just come outside.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm friendly.
I'm a good orca.
I'm
One of the nice ones. Promise.
I won't even steal your liver.
What?
Come over here.
I don't know many organ thief orcas out there, but
Yeah, that's just what they do. Like, it's really troublesome.
oh, got your liver.
Honestly, the number of livers I've lost to orcas, God, you wouldn't believe.
I wouldn't. I mean, multiple.
Oh, not my livers.
Oh, just in transport.
Yeah, just, just livers.
Okay. First of all, I'm concerned where you're getting all these livers from. Second of all, not
Where do you
sure
keep your
why you're
livers?
feeding the Orca Syndicate livers.
Well,
You should
Enemies
keep my
keep,
livers inside of me.
friends close. Wait, what?
My one liver.
You eat your livers? Ooh.
I have known people to eat liver, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what. Isn't that pate? Isn't that like what foie gras is? It's just like goose liver, or duck liver.
Foie gras is usually, I think it's bird.
Yeah, it's mashed up bird liver.
Don't tell people that though, because they'll never eat foie gras ever again.
Yeah, they shouldn't. There's some real problems with the foie gras farming industry.
The foie gras.
Foie gras is difficult to say.
There absolutely
and
is. It's a
horrible to eat.
slightly diabolical industry, but
Yeah.
it is a delicacy, nonetheless.
Well, yeah. Can't say I'm partial to it.
Maybe we should do a foie gras documentary. I'm not sure.
I think we should. Let's talk more about it.
No, let's not. Let's.
Okay.
Go find out more.
Yeah, it's fine. There's information out there in the world, and you can
I'm
achieve
not going to
knowing it.
make you an activist, but I will give you all the means to.
Oh dear.
Circle
Don't know
over
where to go
towards
from
that
there.
north side right now. And honestly, for a lot of teams, this is a struggle one with the playing path being so low down towards the south side. Although at first it did kind of favour Virtus Pro, this is a bit nicer for Brute Force. You can head up towards La Cobreria. Dude, you know what I have found out?
What have you found out?
Right.
Okay.
So, obviously,
Yeah.
in the evenings,
Evenings. Yeah.
I do bits and bats. And for some reason, I've been yawning quite a lot during the show.
Okay.
And I don't know why.
Yeah. Okay.
I have developed the ability to cancel yawns recently.
Whoa.
If I just
That's
breathe
kinda-
in really quick, yawn cancelled.
That's kind of crazy.
It's like it's been a necessary development.
Are you an Avenger?
I think I'm kind of a superhero.
I think you might be an Avenger, dude. I think
Yeah.
Captain America's going to be like, "Hey, blank, we need you,"
We need the yawn canceller.
and you're going to be like, "Okay."
No, I don't even do that. It's like it comes and I go, and then it's gone.
You swallow the yawn.
I don't know, bro. It's kind of awesome. Though.
That's
I
pretty
needed to
cool.
tell someone though.
Well, you've told everyone
Yeah.
now. You've released your secrets to the world. Your superhero formula is now public knowledge. It's open source. Oh dear. All the villains are going to be able to counter it now.
They are. They absolutely are. I just did it again, by the way.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah.
We'll just talk about yawning.
I'm cancelling them at left, right, and centre.
Oh dear.
That's a double.
Neos is going to cancel Team Spirit from this game.
That's a doubly.
Deleted.
Oh,
What's just happened
entirely
there?
no.
Did Team Spirit not expect Brute Force to be in La Cobreria?
Maybe. This is the first
Which
time
is weird, because
it's the first time they headed here.
Yeah.
Though.
I mean, they did used to drop here as a couple of the players used to drop here.
No.
That's kind of insane. A single UMP mag. Like,
Negative.
you just can't have that happen.
No, you can't. They didn't drop here, actually. It's always Na'Vi. It's just weird because Na'Vi don't play here, and this is the first time Brute Force has actually headed up towards La Cobreria. For Team Spirit, a couple of players, Kitsune, Matic, they used to play on this side of the map. Then Na'Vi inherited that spot from when Matic, Meku played under Na'Vi. Yeah, odd that we...
Stepping into the fire. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Blatant.
But yeah, odd that Brute Force made this movement. First time in quite a while. Fair enough to Team Spirit. I mean, they had absolutely no information over towards the side of the map. But it seemed like a very dangerous spot to be rolling out at speeds of 5 miles per hour.
I just don't like it. You
Cancel that yawn.
I did it. I did it.
Did you do it?
Whoa.
Did you do it?
Yeah, I did it.
Are you just like breathing really fast? Cancels the yawn.
Yeah, I just stopped completely.
It's wild. It's wild, right?
You are a yawn sensei. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
I feel like this has been discovered before, actually.
No.
Just a little.
It's definitely not been discovered before.
Just a little Google.
It's new tech.
Breathing in really fast.
It's new tech.
Cancels yawn.
Oh, it's real Miramar time right now. This lobby's back up to its old tricks, Blank. They've sent everybody very, very central with these positions. It does sort of go around those mountains on the northwest that sit to the south of La Cobreria, but the circle pops over to water treatment. We're going to the North Hills. What have you found? What has your yawn research yielded?
Nothing. There's no yawn research.
Whoa.
Yawn research
This is new tech.
It is new tech. The yawn research is apparently really hard to breathe whilst yawning.
Just breathe.
But I was able to breathe in really fast and it cancels it. But I think that's because somehow with my Avenger-like brain,
yeah,
I managed to bypass some bodily functions.
You've overridden your instincts.
Yeah, I'm like breaking my limits over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Someone should write this down.
Yeah. If you got a notepad, write that down.
Write that down.
Make a thesis on it.
Yeah.
If you're doing biology as your PhD, or just a dissertation, maybe not a PhD. Maybe that's too far.
Or if you're doing
a
psychology PhD, you can want to study Blank's delusions. You can write that down as well.
What the hell?
I don't, dude. You're so sick. You're so cool.
Stop calling me Delulu. It's really mean.
I'll consider it. Actually, I don't think I ever called you delusional. You're misremembering.
Now I'm being gaslitten.
No, gaslighting doesn't exist.
I hate this.
Yeah, well, if you can cancel yawns, then you need to be put in your place, otherwise you're a danger to the world. It's too powerful. It's too powerful of a technique.
It is, actually. I am never tired.
That would be quite a good superpower. To never be tired.
What, never tired? That actually is a superpower. Imagine having a superpower where you never need to sleep. You never need sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You just keep going.
You effectively gain you get double your years worth of life.
Yeah. I mean, somewhere around that, right? Like.
Yeah.
It's like 40% of your life you spend sleeping or something?
Yeah, you get 40% more life. Someone really should figure out a way to prevent sleep.
You'd also not need a bedroom, which means that you could, whenever you buy a house, you have more rooms.
No, you have a space to lie down.
Yeah, you have a sofa. Well, yeah, maybe, but like you don't get tired.
Yeah, but it's just,
so like you don't need to lie down.
You can still get tired. Just have a little lie down.
Just have a little lie down. But If you don't get tired, you don't need a little lineup.
Maybe I'm incorrect.
And you can have a sofa, you know. You
Possibly,
can sit. That's fine.
we should look at the game. Still considering the
I'll consider
possibilities
it.
of not sleeping.
Well,
You'd
players
have no
certainly can't be
procrastination
sleeping.
because you never have to sleep.
What, that's not. Oh, you'd have no like sleep procrastination.
Yeah.
You mean that wouldn't be a bit? You could still procrastinate.
Yeah, you can still procrastinate, but with no sleep procrastination. You wouldn't be procrastinating because of sleep. Oh, I could do that at 3 a.m. No problem.
Yeah, I'll just bill you in. You could be the head of a multinational corporation and be available at all hours. You know.
That would suck. I think that's a light time off.
Yeah, but like, you know. Pretty good. 77. Last player alive. Unfortunate. They're top of the tables right now. They've got 4 elims and going straight past Guild. Losing a tire, losing a lot of air pressure in that one. Guild, take a look. Okay, all right. I'll believe it. Virtus Pro finding the flush. Taking him down. Zeus on the south side. Going to be taking shots out that way as we hop over to the water treatment area. Still the centerpiece, and the hills up to the north going to be where most of our teams are going to conglomerate.
Yeah, a huge amount of teams actually playing towards that northern ridge side alongside with Twisted Minds. Just trying to stay in towards this top 8. 77 are actually taking the lead here with 4 points. Doubt they'll be lasting long though. Purely because RTB is not far behind with 38 points and 4 players as opposed to 77's 1. Nice shots from Kevin as he slides back on down the hill. Looking like a rollerblader.
Unfortunately, though, Walsh did lose his fight with Coops, so now still more fights left to go. More shots sent out his way, and Coops has more in the barrel. Locks and loaded. He's in there.
Like swimwear. 3 players. 40 points now for Twisted Minds. In first place, jumped up from 4th. It is very, very close at the top. Kind of makes sense though. Only 5 matches into the week so far. But like I said, much more competitive compared to week 1 through 2. Has already naded himself there, but not to be.
That's just a little nade. What harm can it do? Darken. Ooh, that's the sort of harm it can do. Straight onto Exo. Around the corner. Doesn't clip Matic. He's just behind the terrain cover there. Little geometrical brilliance for him. Steps out. Still can't connect the spray, though. Third party, very possible. Wagner needs to be careful. As Maniac could potentially look for the res, so could the other players from Zeus. They give up. Backing it off. Guild. Think twice about this engagement. But Jakey turns around again. Decides to re-engage. Exo should be rezzed up.
How about the?
A joust once more to the tilt yards.
Yeah, interesting. Jakey is playing in such a way that I have no idea what's going on.
He's just bounced the nade back at himself.
Yeah, he is all over the shop right now.
Crazy Jakey. That's what they call him.
Weird circle, to be honest with you, around water treatment with that ridge side as the central feature. Kind of breaking up between the west and east side of the circle. And a lot of fights still needing to conclude on the edges. Footballers Chaos, IWNRX, Virtus Pro, Zeus as well as Guild, S2G and Brute Force.
And we go with IWNRX and Footballers Chaos. 2 players in for IWNRX. They have 3 players now alive. Actually, sorry, scratch that 2. They lost the player on the roll-up. Virtus Pro looking to put pressure onto it all. Footballers Chaos eat rounds from the back lines. And nade in through from Kine. Should look for something. Not quite going to catch the damage. And maybe putting another one in could do the trick. But instead, turns his attention towards Virtus Pro. The blue zone pushing in puts pressure on all of this. And Icy is the forefront of it all for Virtus Pro. This is a fully contained fight here. Dokuma trying to break out, trying to stay hidden from sightlines from Virtus Pro and take shots over towards IWNRX. Dokuma nades down the wall. Does IWNRX move out? But they do not have any safe ground to move into.
Yeah, this is rough for Footballers Chaos. Zed Wolf looking to chase on this one as Kine gets out the vehicle. Looks over towards Dokuma. Good shots, but not quite good enough. On target. It's in fact Koa to find the shot over towards Dokuma. And not IWRX at all, who fall flat on their faces.
Footballers Chaos with the lone survivor, Virtus Pro, cordoning off this corner of the map. Hazard tape all around it. You're not getting out. Falconist has only one hope, and that's Virtus Pro. Forget he exists. I don't think that's very likely. Zeus onto Guild now. Guild with 2 players. Zeus with 4. Jakey and Exo. Crossfire on the corner. You step too deep into this room, you go down. That is the last player from Team Spirit falling. Kitsune gets caught. Jakey still on the floor. Exo running out and headlong into Darkin. Actually, gets a lot done. Is there a second knock over their way? Is that Virtus Pro chiming in? A nade down, and Rita needs to be careful. That was just a stunner, though. Jakey is down in the meantime. Zeus wanted to res as well. Being peeled down from 4 players, down to just 1 active. They're looking for the res.
Yeah, Rita back up. Exo as well as Jakey. Jakey, who has been playing a bit of a wild man's game. We can go toe-to-toe with Zeus. Very low, though, our Guild. Initial knock is good, but Virtus Pro have eyes on this. Like this fight is not going to end without casualty for both squads.
Res comes out.
We're getting over towards this ridge side that peeks through the center. Again, splitting off between west and east. With the majority of our teams over towards that eastern side, Black Esports potentially could have a good game off the back of this, but the way Black Esports have been playing today, I doubt that a lot.
Two players from Guild still surviving here. I mean, Virtus Pro with the big assist, but still solid in the stock room for Guild. As soon as Virtus Pro get too close, though, I think this is curtains for both of them. Zeus pulling back here.
Yeah, Maniac. A little eye in towards this location. And Zeus realized that they need to get a move on. Exo attempts to take some shots over their way. Nick Galaxy is flushed out by Black Esports on the western side. It's all popping up as Rita gets taken down. Guild left with a buggy in hand. Potentially could get up towards Zeus, but highly unlikely with Virtus Pro currently holding this angle. Maniac attempts to push Virtus Pro back off that spot, but straight back into the sightlines of Guild. This is going horrendously for Zeus at the moment.
Ooh. Maniac down, and now it's just Darkin as the vehicle goes up in smoke. So does he, and Zeus fall. Guild now, the 2 players on the inside, and Virtus Pro can fully turn their attention out that way. The first nade from Koa goes long and lands onto Jakey's feet. Exo next up on the menu. Virtus Pro have been picking at the bones of these fights on the east side.
Which is reasonable as well. Black Esports Kakali will find himself pick off, but that will give a lot of information back across over towards Virtus Pro. Understanding that there is a team off towards their western side now. They push into water treatment, in fact. The rest of the Falcons over towards that north side look to get something done over towards the RCB and do open things up nicely with a nade, and another popped in, does a huge amount of damage.
Another. Bounces right, unfortunately. There's more in the arm cannons there. A long-range spray down comes through from Black Esports from the southwest side. That's going to pull Falcons a little bit further back from this hold. And Wild can get back to his feet for RCB.
15, 17 players, so not a lot remaining inside this lobby at the moment. RCB potentially trying to figure out where is their best crossing, but I think the vehicles are a little bit scarpered here. So on foot it is. Spark jumps into the bus, gives him ample protection. Does eat some of the bullets, but a couple find their way in towards him.
I think Falcons, whilst their position is strong, the hold is difficult. Black Esports with a pretty
The spot.
beautiful position. Yeah, it's like it's definitely the spot for them on the west ridge outside water treatment. There's no one out to their west. Virtus Pro may be the only team that can challenge them on this angle without assistance.
Basically, Virtus Pro is the difference maker here, because they could steal away a win off the back of that spot, and Zone 7 might just kill a fair few teams inside this circle. Coops back and forth. Not entirely sure what he's trying to do. I know he has to leave. I think he realizes he's been spotted. This could have been a different story if RCB actually were able to push down to where Falcons were playing, but him being out in the open likely means that he'll go down to the blue.
Ooh, dashes. Next building secured. Has to heal again. Silas is going to have to move first, though. On the blue zone. It's going to consume him first. So Coops may have a chance to get across to this next mound ahead of him. But I think Azel... Yeah, Azel's way closer. Coops has to move now. And this is full broadside. There's no dash. There's no way you can make this dash. You just have to win the challenge.
You've got to snake it. Take some shots, force him to heal. But with Black Esports also seeing this, Reposer, Cutesy is a dead man walking at the moment. Very passive game. A lot of our teams here on the outside edge realizing that Black Esports currently holding a huge amount of area. It's likely a fight between these teams on the eastern side, Virtus Pro Falcons and RCB for second.
Once Poser goes down, I mean, Black Esports, they're really setting up a strong hold here. I mean, Toshbek being far forwards, it's a very wide split, but it works out because of the way that they've cleaned out the west side of this map so far. But regrouping up to the north now, I'm not entirely sure about the value of this. Virtus Pro could potentially exploit that, take down Toshbek, and have a real good opening. Coops, not the threat that you maybe think he is, only one player.
Yeah, but he has to wait it out. Azel still watching it, sees that he's not gone down yet, and Nade goes over towards him. Coops has lived for an awful long time. This has been quite upsetting to watch happen.
Don't think he's got any more first aids. Not healing anymore. And Coops will tick down. Twisted Minds go down with him on the northwest side. And RCB on the northeast now with Falcons as their major sticking point. But Virtus Pro actually don't opt to go along the ridgetop, directly combat Black Esports instead. They're going to send into water treatment.
Yeah, waiting for stage 7 now. Again, if this moves far off towards the western side, likely going to be a quick game. Stays fairly central. A lot of teams can just live this one out for quite a while. But we'll see where stage 7 sends off to. Yeah, a quick game it is.
Yeah, this should be a defensible hold even for a team like Black Esports who have been relatively underperformant over the course of the last few weeks. Virtus Pro. Okay, so Black Esports reposition all four right to the north side of this one. RCB, sure they could roll up, take shots, and if they do find a strong position, then you regroup. But Virtus Pro have been allowed to move in.
Yeah, it feels like a situation where you hold 2-2 until it gets to the last moment, and then you send in over towards RCB. So you at least hold out a team that could come in from the eastern side. This is a weird move from Black Esports. So very concerned with RCB.
They put all their eggs out northern basket now. And Virtus Pro get the hill on the south, which means that they can't really retreat too far under threat of volley fire from Virtus Pro. Falcons in probably the worst spot of it all.
Good shot though from
They're
Ali.
going to stop fragging. Yeah, Ali finds the opener over towards Malloy and potentially a nade to follow it up. Last one in his pocket. Launches it skyward. Goes long. Icy wants the defense. Falcons rolling up. They want to try and exploit this weakness that they've opened for themselves. But the Virtus Pro squad have rolled up in defense. Nades put back over to try and keep them safe. Ragnar breaches the ridgeline. Dips back a bit. But Icy's ready for him. Molotov towards the back, trying to find Malloy with the burn. Not going to quite connect. Koa goes down low, but that Molotov is splitting him off quite nicely for the time being.
Yeah, the issue for Falcons is they're playing against the blue here, and Black Esports finally make their way back across. They have been rubber banding between both the west and east side. But it's working out for them. There's been a haphazard hold on the western edge.
It's just crazy. Well, you don't expect it, and maybe that's its incredible strength, right? Virtus.pro trying to get across the ridge line and cut through Ali, but there's backline pressure as well. Hope is there downhill. We'll be able to find the knock, find the final player. Black Esports still keep things going, but RCB now moving on through. Can they be the final hurdle that Black Esports cannot clear?
Black Esports, it sort of looked like this Miramar is a pipe with many leaky holes. And Black Esports doesn't have any duct tape. They've just got their two hands. They keep putting their hands over the leaks. And number one springs. They head over there. Try and block that one. Go back to the other side. Yeah. Weird game. But Black Esports in a panic to stop the leaky pipes. Allow RCB to flow on forwards a little bit more. It has been panicked. It has been messy.
And they go again for a different rotation. Black Esports.
But it's been working.
Rotating at over 50 square meters 7 times so far this match. It's quite impressive that they managed to find that there even are rotations between those two locations, but here we are. More rotations than eliminations. Toshbik on the off angle. Hope close by. Last player for Falcons. Nade bobbles in. Does half HP, getting lit up by RCB in the meantime. Lewis wants Nade over towards RCB. Hope has another one sent his way, and he's finally done for. 4 players versus 4 players now as Toshbik hops into the vehicle. They're going for another rotate.
This is so weird.
I've been still for 10 seconds. I need to rotate.
It's working. It's really working, John.
It's so insane, but nobody knows what they're thinking. Silas down on a 1-for-1 trade, and that's good for them right now. But unfortunately, Black now down to 2. Same story on both sides. Long-range backstop. Hazel wants to find the backlines of Black Esports in the meantime, but Kakali just moving through the battlefield. Taking these flushes. Nade being pulled. Hazel spotted completely, and that should be okay to force him out. Gets the 1-for-1. Drop Nade. Wild versus Poser. 1 versus 1. What was 4v4? And Wild crashes forwards. Nade goes long, goes high. Poser stops him. Dead in his tracks for Loxy. And Wild now 2 times on the screen. Poser hops on in, goes for the shots, but it's Wild from underneath. And Black Esports rotate 1 too many times. They send themselves dizzy. And Wild able to capitalize. RCB take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they're ping-ponging all over the place. They are absolutely ping-ponging all over the place. And in this moment, going on with the ping-pong analogy, it will be RCB serving them a nasty little chicken dinner to themselves. Being able to win out that game. Very, very well done to RCB, because I think that they played it by the book, right? And I think that they were equally as confused as we were. They were like, we'll just set up a line, play 2-2, which makes the most sense with this kind of circle. Nope.
Nope, time to drive.
Like Ghost Rider in the game. I was confused.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, it's just like... I mean, that was just crazy, right? And I thought Virtus.pro were going to have a better time of it, but the Falcons really kind of slowed them down. And also, yeah, the Black Esports crash.
Yeah, if it wasn't for
Just
Ali's
mental.
not, it might have been a different story, because this was actually a really fantastic shot from Ali. And again, he is a very, very well-seasoned player, because after that knock came through, instantly Virtus.pro is like, we've got to get Malai back up. We've got to get Malai back up, and we've got to create some covers to get that done. And it caused them to stagnate in that location a lot. But either way, well played RCB. Have been having some good games today overall.
Yeah, they have been relatively strong. Certainly some star performances. I mean, Loxy has been doing bits for them. Obviously, Wild clutching it out in the end, but some deep games coming through, some decent point scoring and 10 eliminations. They are going to put 20 more points up on the boards now, and we are going to see if they have more left for the final match of today. They were in third place at the start of this match. I imagine they are now fairly cleanly into first place with Twisted Minds. I think 77 were ahead of them. So those two teams going down is going to slow it all out as we take a look at the match rankings from this game. You can see 20 points there, but Black Esports, 17 points.
Yeah, well done, the Black Esports. I mean, 11 eliminations. Good job, guys. You were all over the place. It looked a little bit haphazard, but you're not going to play the 2-2. You can play the 4-man. You play the 4-man split, which just means driving from one side to the other side really quickly, not getting out and having a look. Be like, it's okay over here. It's okay over here. Okay, back to the other side quickly.
Doing shuttle runs, doing the beep test in PUBG Mobile on the final circle rotation.
All okay on the west side? Okay, back to the east.
The west side is 5 meters from the east side, by the way, and it's just running between. Oh dear. Team Spirit, none point. Heroic, 1 point. IWNRX, 2 point. Not good.
Very good. You read the numbers. I like it.
Yeah, well, it's not good, is it? It isn't. For Team Spirit, they've had a really just like it's the kind of day that's it's the Black Esports rotations in whole day form, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got them just going really good game, really terrible game, really good, really bad game again. Oh, we're doing really well. So next time, it has to be that they have a really good game. I think they win. I think Team Spirit win the next game.
Are you feeling it?
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
Okay, I respect it. Let's see what happens. See how it goes down. I'd be pleased to see that come on through. But overall, yeah, very, very fun game there. Over towards water treatment and that ridge side, always an interesting location. And they certainly unleashed the beast, at least in the vehicles. The vehicles were the beast in that game. Back and forth, revving and roaring. And you find out more of it at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and check that out as we take a look at. Well, no, we're not back. We're not going to a break just yet. I think we're still here. I don't know. Maybe we are going to a break. Who knows? Really, Blank. At the end of the day, isn't PUBG Mobile just a break? Let's go to a break.
Ta-ra.
checking your phone for the old me. Trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me. Trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
We have got one more match to play today. We are going to be heading in for a final round of Miramar here at the PMSL EMEA, and we'll be getting on with it very quickly. Black Esports took us all for a spin in that last final circle, but couldn't quite find their exit, unfortunately. It was pulled over to the side, wrested control away from them. We'll see if we're going to have some similar crazy shenanigans in our final match of the day as we go back over to the desert once more.
For the last time today, actually. Black Esports, an interesting approach, that final circle, but probably the furthest they've got in any game today, so well done to them. Obviously, I'm very, very excited to see if Virtus Pro can potentially get themselves another win here, because that would really set us very, very close at the top of the tables. It is a very good first day in terms of thinking about what could happen in the finals as well. Just looking at how this is going down, I think it's going to be a very competitive finals, and I'm excited to see it. Right now, though, RCB on top.
There you go. After that chicken dinner, 58 points at the top of the tables to 46 in second place. A nice little breakaway for them, and I'm happy to see it as well. I felt like RCB has got more strength than they've been putting on show over these last few weeks. I mean, they definitely have had some success with this roster, like you're talking about with Silas. He's a very, very notable player, right? Winning the PMGC in 2022, back with S2G, and then transitioning away from that, so hasn't managed to quite reach the heights back there yet, but maybe this week is a good indicator that they've still got some gas in the tank and some new blood to go with him. Loxy has certainly been putting in his shift on the battlegrounds. We'll see if they can continue that pace. Last match to go today. They are on a bit of a split, but no one too close by, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. Hot drops, I'm looking over towards Impala. It's not going to happen again, not this time around, but down towards the south coast, just south of Los Leones, there could be some trouble. Enigma Galaxy and 77, quite close to one another. Power may be able to chime in. Circle goes central.
Yeah, nice plane path into a decent circle for everyone here. With S2G, with a good chance to maybe get some more points on the board here, take themselves up towards that top side. Brute Force took down Team Spirit last time, but that wasn't an awkward drop spot. This time around, Team Spirit get to head down towards Chumacera and then rotate fairly central here. With Falcons, the only team currently in Picardo, it should be fairly happy days for them.
We'll see if they can maintain that happiness moving in to the rest of the match. But it seems like a bit of a separation between all of these teams right now, so they're going to be doing okay.
Having a look at the circle at the moment. Brute Force up towards El Pozzo. S2G is the main one that I'll be considering and focusing on this game. Their position, Twisted Minds also, who are currently in second place, having a much better day today throughout the majority of the rest. I mean, 46 points over 5 games is fairly impressive, to say the least.
Definitely is. I mean, we always talk about it. That 10-point average is an excellent metric to aim for. Obviously, RCB, if they're able to get 2 points, have managed to get 10 points on their day, which is very impressive. But you're right, Twisted Minds putting 46 up on the board, 4 short of the 10-point average. It's very possible that, especially from this area, like you said, you're paying attention to them, they could earn 14 points or more from this. It's definitely doable, although it's very early in the match to really call anything at this point. And there's a lot of very strong teams for them to come up against. Black Esports are rotating for the first time this match.
Which is fine and fair enough. Let's allow Black Esports to do whatever they want. They want to rotate 1 million times per game. We'll let them do it. Okay. Right now we're on 29 points.
Team in the lobby, you know?
Yeah, right now I'm on 29 points. It's not terrible. Not terrible. And also Toshpik showed us an incredible display versus Team Spirit earlier.
It was quite something.
It was, yeah. But 4 minutes to stage 2. So we'll be waiting a little bit longer here for that one to pop our biggest circle shift. Honestly, I think Team Spirit has performed kind of how I expected them to. You know, the week 1, terrible. Week 2, incredible change of performance. And then week 3 feels like it's more normalized.
Okay, yeah. Like, teams have really figured it out and know what they want to play like in this lobby.
I think Team Spirit's been the most drastic, but yeah.
They sort of exemplify. Pendulum. Yeah, they definitely exemplify it. And they have found a little bit of a medium here, so hoping to close down their day strong. After 37 points on the day, though, not a terrible day, but not up to their highest high standards. Which is fair enough. Would it be difficult to do that again? Almost impossible. We may never see something like that again.
You got Toshpik on your screens from Black Esports. In a fairly central spot, playing the high ground, but don't have a place to call home just yet. Twisted Minds currently in position, holding this western side. And for Twisted Minds, they're fairly safe. Black Esports will consistently be a little bit of a threat in the wings here. I think Twisted Minds have a good idea that there is a squad around here somewhere. Or maybe they don't. They're not even looking that way.
I mean, one of them just took damage on Twisted Minds. And I think that was from Kelsey with a suppressed Mini 14.
So yeah,
they're
not
definitely
looking over towards Black Esports then.
Maybe not. Still, they're getting away, and they don't know what they're up against. They're like, we feel something's off here. Let's get out of here. This is spooky.
Something's
not
not right.
about spooky. I know it's October, but it's still only the 2nd. It's not close enough to Halloween.
No, not quite yet. Shots from Zeus. Off in the distance. Some long shots, actually. That is towards Twisted Minds. But this is a really good spot to play, actually. I quite like this one. Nice bit of high ground. It's a bit awkward because the lip of the hillside is a bit further away from the compound itself, so sometimes it can be a bit astonishing when a team appears near your compound. Overall, very strong position to hold. And only gets stronger as we get closer towards the end game, particularly because a lot of teams will be spotted out by other squads to sit around the area before they even make it to Twisted Minds compound.
Magnum car, yeah. Current tournament leaders on the east side. Not really too much challenging them right now. IWNRX and Footballers Chaos on the northeast, even further out than RCB, could potentially come across each other, but I think neither team really wants to stick that fight. Nick the Galaxy, wide swing on the western, southwest edge right now, going past Minas de Valle, all the way south of Chumacera, towards the south coast even, and probably looking to enter over towards Monte Nuevo, come in from the west edge. Could be pretty advantageous to them. There's a couple of routes in, not that they're aware of that, but they may have acknowledged where teams are likely to drop on a plane path like this, and figured out that maybe there's a little gap on that western edge. If we can give them credit for that sort of brain power, then all credit to them on that west side. But Circle going to be coming in at about 10 seconds, and we'll see where it decides to take us.
Towards that northwest side. A bit out of the norm, really, for a lot of squads. I think that quite a few people are going to have to make some interesting rotates to get into position here. Past Hacienda del Patron, even through Chumacera. It's awkward terrain to traverse here, John. Honestly. You have the fielded area over towards that west side as well. Not only down towards the south, but up towards the north, where Brute Force is currently holding. So you have like some small amounts of the circle that are already being cut out as unplayable space.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit heated now over to the east side of El Pozo. It's dark in. Spray around the corner. Black Esports rotating into some bullets there. Not good for the health. Lewis is down. You can see Kakali off in the wings, trying to stay alive, but that nade looks pretty on target. Doesn't quite get all of the damage done. Spark, in the meantime, does go down as Toshpik taking a scrap. Kakali the last to stand now. S2G are here. This is getting messy for them. I think Black Esports, their time's done, but what can Zeus do to hold? What are S2G going to do about it? Over on the southeast corner. Twisted Minds as well could potentially have shots out if they want to go in. But again, with these aggressions comes danger. RCB handling Guild. 2 players of theirs are down, but it looks like Guild are almost entirely eliminated on that northern side. Unfortunately for RCB, they do have a player get flushed away as well.
Yeah, sadly, especially a team that's currently in first place looking to lead. I mean, they get 4 eliminations for the Troubles, though. It's not a huge problem for them. Football is Chaos, rocking up towards their location. They'd like a little bit more off the back of this one, but this is a difficult fight to win. As just 2.
Crossing the nades. Trying to make sure there's nowhere to go, nowhere to escape to here. Zell and Loxy on the ground floor. Storm is down, but Yekta not initiating that res. Now finally going for it. Nade over to the close wall. Falconist on the high ground on an opposing building. If they allow these players to get back to their feet, then it's going to be a good time. Oh, hang on a minute. IWNRX, third party from the southeast side. Maybe a little bit of a break here to be found. You can see Storm got flushed away. Dokuma also got spotted by IWNRX over on the south hills of San Martin. Look at that high ground that sits over it. We'll break out.
Nice.
Falconist on high there as Azel jumps out wide around the edge of the smoke with the DBS. The last player to stand now. It's all gone topsy-turvy. The third party's playing a huge role in this fight. And they know he's up here. But do they have the pressure to go for it? Circle definitely favors Twisted Minds here. We'll see if they can hold that split.
Boys Falconist underneath. Nades over towards the top side. RCB's lived in this engagement a lot longer than I initially expected, though, John.
Yeah, staying alive with 2. Has worked out. Baits out the spray. So they know he's in the end room. Now they can adjust based on that. Azel has the run out covered with the DBS. Loxy. Oof. He's going to step up and join. The shot's coming through. Is that from the south? I think it is. Or no, it's IWNRX still just taking shots. But this fight has to conclude. It's not in the zone. Rampaging forwards. Waits for the stunner. Tries to blind him out, but in they go. And immediately he falls. Doesn't even get damage back in. That's great news for RCB. They stay up on 2.
Wild. I mean, for RCB, they've been having a great day today, and I think a lot of that confidence has just flowed through from some of the individual pop-off performances we've seen so far. It's really nice, though. Honestly, super happy what I'm seeing from RCB. Already hitting that 10-point average and then some more. Despite going down to 2 this early in this game, they've already fed exactly what they need here. Team Spirit down to 3 players, but Kitsune easily resable. And it's stage 3 sending down towards this southwest side. Big amount of high ground in front of them, which Enigma Galaxy are currently holding. This does sort of create this little donut where a lot of the playable space is around the edges of this high ground, which sits towards the center.
Team Spirit trying to get through the gaps here. With 1 elimination found so far this match. I think they found one of the Enigma Galaxy players. Getting away with that rotation in the buggy is kind of insane for Team Spirit. There were so many players looking out this direction. I'm very surprised that they were able to make that work, but here we are.
Power. Take some shots out. Get a little bit done. 1 elimination found. 77. Limbo boom towards Calci. Does he go down? We miss it. He is holding his own, but the DBS will crack his head and should... Oh!
How did he live that?
He's got them iron knees.
That's crazy.
Superhero landing. On Limbo boom.
Wow. That is crazy stuff there. Maybe he's an Avenger. Maybe he should team up with Limbo Boom.
Well, the Yawn Canceller and Old Iron Knee.
Yeah, that's a fearsome duo, I think.
True. I'm yawning. Cancelled. Ah, my weakness. I'm tired now.
One day you'll be able to cancel other people's yawns as well.
Yeah.
That's like when you unleash
cancel
yourself.
Breathing.
Whoa. No, don't do that.
Become the suffocator.
Oh dear. Oh no. That's a villain name.
That is, yeah. You're not right. Maybe I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's the arc, you know? And then Iron Knee has to fight his long-term friend. The Suffocator.
Yeah.
I don't know. Looks like a bit of a chokehold over on this position for Marceau, though, as he has 4 players from Virtus.pro bearing down upon him. Not to say he won't give as good as he gets, because there's a knock sent back over towards Malloy from the rest of his team, but should be resable for Virtus.pro. They should be able to keep all of their players alive. RCB did go down as well in the midst of it all.
I think they'll still be happy with 7 elims on the game. 65 points on day 1. Very, very good result for them. Go towards Virtus.pro on that eastern side. Really horrible circle, by the way. I mean, you've got the fielded area over towards the western side. You've got the massive mountaintop that sits over towards the center of this circle. Really does crunch things in quite a bit.
Swash doesn't know what he's facing right now, because Icy's scope is trained upon him, waiting for him to hop into the vehicle, and you knew that was going to happen. That is a weird hop out there coming on through from Swash, but IWNRX, they have set their sights on Icy's forward position. Unfortunately, there's crossfire, and Virtus.pro tear them apart. There is no way you make that dash with Virtus.pro's position. Maybe they were unaware of it. Kine saw what happened to his friends, stopped immediately. Icy dropped him down, but maybe Kine should have been more preoccupied over to the ridge. And in the end, it's Icy to take him down as well on the off angle. Really great stuff from Virtus.pro to keep their teammates safe.
Brute Force again versus Team Spirit. If it's not Na'Vi, it's Team Spirit. They're going after whoever did the best in the previous week, it seems. They're practicing. An awesome nade over towards Effect.
Ooh, a big one over to Furia as well. It's Kitsune over towards Freezer on the back lines. Effect does get flushed. That nade looks like it might be on the money. Not quite there on target. Now he's going to go for the res onto Matic. The nade continues to bobble through. Isn't going to get anything done, really, though. May have been a little bit better if waited on a little bit longer. Freezer, 1 nade. Could change everything here. Right on top of Matic and Tanomi as well. There's the re-knock, and I think maybe at this point, Kitsune, you may just have to give this one up, grab a buggy and go, but Brute Force bear down upon him, and maybe he doesn't have a choice now.
Not really. They get the information. Take shots over towards Freezer. Good initial couple of bullets going through, though. Gets the knock, and now it's just pre-pod as shots come through from the backside.
He is looking pretty slick with it there. The old dog has patience. Kitsune displaying that patience on the peaks, not going for the jitter peaks that we see sometimes. Gets another res through as well. The drop shot, pre-pod forward position. Kitsune is down. They think they've got the knock, but Nomi is alive in the smoke. And he is a shark in the water as well, as Nomi now looks for these reses. They've got 30 seconds to get back to 3.
Miji goes towards Matic, realizes he's on the lower of the HP, might bleed out by the time that res goes through. Also, he's been knocked before, so the smart choice. And that's Team Spirit back up to 3 players. Very, very well done. Honestly, it is a bit worrying. They might need to put Kitsune on his back and run him in.
Not just going to keep looking for those reses. No, they do get everyone back up. Virtus.pro now looking to patch the holes in the hull as they sail on towards the east side of the circle. Sail westward. Zadira now caught behind a ridge. 2 nades of Bishke, but he wants the scope down. Waiting for this peek from Zadira. The smokes can start to bloom, give him a little bit of cover to move with. Nades from the rest of Virtus.pro loaded on in now. You can see, yeah, they're just going to bombard this out. I don't think Zadira gets away. That nade, ooh, if that cook had been a little better, would have taken Zadira down. I think he's on his bandages.
Got little to nothing left here for Zadira.
Oh.
Aaron knocks himself with a nade, unfortunately.
Bad times.
You know, Team Spirit actually has a fairly decent position. If they wanted to take the warehouse down towards the southeast side, there's only Snoix there.
But we know what Snoix can do in
True.
a position like this. We saw it on the Erangel in his shack.
Goodbye, Darkin.
Oh, he's done.
7 teams, 20 players. Really thinned the crowd here.
Yeah, we're definitely cut down to size. Zeus with 1, Nick the Galaxy with 1, Power with 2, really dragging down those numbers. Twisted Minds have all 4 of their players alive. They're on a wide 2-2 split here, Blank. Coops and Robs, very, very isolated from Lord and Doran, who are on a bit of a split themselves. But with this split, they control almost every single sightline. Virtus Pro, I think, is going to be a big problem, however. As soon as Virtus Pro decide to go for this north point or for the south point, it's going to be curtains for half of Twisted Minds. I don't think that they can maintain this realistically. And maybe they just got stuck in this split and can't really transition between. We'll have to wait and see.
Matic, dropping some smokes. Looking over towards Heroic. This will be a big fight for Team Spirit here. 3 players versus the 4. Well, if anything, Team Spirit needs to really corral the guys from Heroic into another team. I don't think they can comfortably take this fight. They're so low on util as well. That's the big problem. Like, as a 3, they're not weak, but in terms of resources on hand, they are very weak indeed.
Here they go. There's the crash. They're trying to get past that compound. Actually, they're just staying in the longhouse there. And Snowix now has neighbors. Twisted Minds still on their split, still control a lot of the open ground that's the slopes to the west. But no one's really taken up residence in the middle. And to an extent, no one really can on this terrain. It's a very difficult area to play. Virtus Pro, I think, are just going to have to try and smash through this northern hold. Heroic will be the other side of that. I wouldn't be too surprised to see 2 or 3 players go down from Heroic and Virtus Pro, and for that northern side of Twisted Minds to get taken out.
Yeah, Virtus Pro push up a little bit further. I do like what Twisted Minds have tried to do here, and again, they haven't had to move too far, but they've been pretty methodical in their approach, and they realize now is not the best time to be continuing this 2-2 split in terms of information gathering. It was good 1 zone ago, but now it's time to head back up towards the high ground. Lord takes a heavy hit though, and personally, for me, it is Team Spirit looking to secure another just top 3, I reckon. I know they've not got the winning position on the circle, but again, in terms of just salvaging those points on the day, they look good so far.
Twisted Minds lost a player. They lost Robs in the middle, which means they're on 3. Virtus Pro and Heroic, now the only 4-player teams, both on the north side. And both looking to use this shackle as a little launching point for their push down to the south. But neither team has full control of it. Heroic have yet to sweep Virtus Pro as well. And maybe you just divert. You just get ahead of it because you don't need this position. You need what comes next.
Heroic. On our screens, though, towards Virtus Pro. Twisted Minds, though, just having a little cheeky peek over the top here, John.
Pretty tricky. Ooh,
Damn.
Coops spots Bishke and does finally get that knock on the spray. Virtus Pro and Heroic, they've got thorns in the side. As Icy looks to move in, Bishke crawling back in for a res. Nade over to Koa. Heroic, I think going into this may have been a little bit overzealous. You know that you're going to have to leave it fairly soon. But I suppose it's better than nothing. Koa with a nade going up high, takes some damage from the spray down. Jafar nearly going all the way out to that nade, but not quite on target.
Jafar backs it off. And again, for Team Spirit, they moved up to where Enigma Galaxy was playing, and Snowix opts to back out. Wants none of that. They can control down towards this southwest side. Again, Circle moves down that way. Potentially, there's a good chance for them.
Circle in 10 seconds. This Twisted Mind split still maintaining, even though it's 2-1 now without Robs. Virtus Pro take another knock from Heroic. Could be dangerous, but losing Koa. They can get rid of Satan in trade. Maybe they'll like the point more. And there they find it. Malloy with the high ground. Twisted Minds now fully regrouped for the first time in a long time. But they are being torn apart by Malloy from the high ground. Has to hit the deck as Heroic will instantly look to third party this position. Repositions. Here's the buggy. Knows the threat is now no longer downhill. He can leave that to his teammates, but maybe he needs backup himself as Kevin rolls up close. Twisted Minds, they find, Team Spirit, find the Lone Ranger for Enigma Galaxy in the form player in the building to the south. Lord lights up Malloy, and Virtus Pro are getting caught in the crunch now. Heroic forcing them into it.
I enjoyed Kevin trying to jump on top of a grenade. I understand the intent was to dodge it, but I think he overthought it a little bit. Team Spirit, though, they need to move up from that low ground. And Twisted Minds know it all too well. He's going through. It looks fairly decent, actually, over towards Virtus Pro.
And a bounce as well. I think that tagged on a bit of damage there, but didn't really get too much done on the feed. Moving to the middle is the name of the game for this next circle. Heroic seem to be in control for the vast majority of this. But there are still shots coming uphill from that Twisted Minds bunker. Bishke with another chance at a nade. Will this one be good on the cook? Doesn't quite make the corner.
Heroic. Shots downhill. Virtus Pro as well in position. This is all the way a Heroic game here.
Ooh, Doran caught by Walsh there. Lord going for the res very quickly. Bishke seen as well. Virtus Pro may be first to go down. Icy trapped to the edge of the blue. And I think that may just push him too far forwards. Does have some terrain cover to play with. Kevin is still there. Team Spirit trying to jump up a little bit further. That's a good nade from Walsh. Is it going to land? Does a little bit of damage. Doesn't quite get over. That dip goes a little bit further into the mountain than perhaps they expect.
Team Spirit, though, flying in.
Ooh.
Walsh in midair.
He's flying as well. Goodness me. Jafar into the shack. Nade over from Nomi. Team Spirit want the flank. Jafar spotted, lit up and torn down by Nomi. High ground is going to be dispatched just to suppress for the time being. But there's a close player with the P90. Nomi on the cook on the nade. Team Spirit with the crossfire, though, as Kitsune summits. The nade is there. The cook not quite on target. And Walsh ascends, tries to go up high here. Tries to swing through. And the damage is not sticking. Heroic have the backlines to back it up. Kitsune needs to do the work. Heavy lifting coming through from the IGL as Nomi's down.
Kitsune's had an insane game this match, honestly. It's been really fantastic to watch. Now Heroic's down to just 2. Virtus Pro suffering as well down towards that south side, and Team Spirit has bided their time, waited for their chance in this game.
Virtus Pro looking for the reses. Regroup up to the north. Heroic on 2. Team Spirit seemingly allowed to res here. Again, the nades going up high. Abadi trying to get these angles onto Team Spirit, but they're not going for it. Virtus Pro chime in. Icy spots Nomi around the headland. They've healed up. They've gotten back to their feet. They're 11 eliminations deep into this game. Stim's passed over. And the res comes through once more. I don't know if they're in the zone. There's not a lot of time. That might change things as well. A Molotov goes short, however. Will not burn them out. Has to drop down. Kitsune needs to hit the deck and does just in time, but here steps up Heroic as well. And Nomi falls for a third time, I think that may be. Kitsune looking for the healing, and Matic gets the heal.
Yeah, this has been... like, the way they weathered this game is madness to me. Now, Kitsune, again, there's another tall order. Nade in play from Matic has to be massive.
Here it is, close range. The cook is long, and it goes low, super, super low. Still more health on this teammate, and there's the one spray. Virtus Pro are moving up. In the meantime, Team Spirit swept aside. Low HP, and Virtus Pro ascend. They were trapped against the rocks, but Twisted Minds were taken out their way. Heroic caught in the fight with Team Spirit along the side. And now the nades are going to pour on in. Bishke gets the high ground. Icy does too, and sweeps through. Virtus Pro want another chicken dinner.
Shots coming from up on high. The Grows are in hand with Bishke. Kevin on nigh 1 HP. More Molotov's been sent through. Burns out a buddy. He should go down, but the burn stops just in time.
Just about able to get through that one, but Virtus Pro now with the cover. They've got the run out, and up to the crate he goes. Icy looking to try and get the fresh resupply on the tier 3s here. Gets the healing done. Auto shotty, close range. Smokes Bloom, allowing Heroic to move. And the cross is not covered in time. Kevin does get tagged on, but a buddy is low as well. Icy and Bishke for Virtus Pro survive against the rocks, but one more hurdle to cross. Kevin is giving them the runaround. He's being fancy with the feet around the edge line there. DBS looking to reload the shells, but it's not going to be enough. Up to the box, won't be able to find it, and it's Icy to put it over to bed finally. But Virtus Pro fighting strong, survive against the rocks. There were teams looking at him left and right, and you could see the elation there. That's got to feel good.
It's an unbelievably tough game for not only Virtus Pro, but also Team Spirit, but very, very good play from Team Virtus Pro to come out of the edge swinging. Really good angle. They took over towards that top side, swinging round and then pushing down off the hill. It took incredible timing for Virtus Pro to pull that off, and so they do. Again, I was very impressed with Team Spirit, purely because that game, they were running on fumes the entire way. They were essentially a vehicle rolling down the smallest of slopes just to get towards the end game. This clutch up from Nomi as well, unbelievable.
Really solid stuff. I don't think they expected the res to have come through. Brute Force had already taken down the majority of them, re-knocked them a couple times, and Kitsune finally going down. It looked like they felt like they'd wiped the squad, but they didn't realize the eliminations hadn't added up. They didn't get that pop-up, and Nomi was ready and waiting as soon as he stepped through the smoke. Unfortunately, Team Spirit couldn't take on Heroic as a 3v2. And Virtus Pro, they do it with only the 2 in the back pocket. 13 eliminations, another strong chicken dinner for Virtus Pro.
Again, it's a horrible spot, right? It's a really horrible spot to play in because, as you can see, 2v3, you win that fight all the time. Heroic decides to move down the hill to the exact position where Team Spirit was. They lose 2v2 to Virtus Pro. It just made complete sense that you would lose in that situation. I think for Heroic, they needed to kind of angle themselves back up towards that high ground. The fact they allowed Virtus Pro to wrap that way was a bit of a mistake, but overall it's just well played to Virtus Pro, and they were like, look, the door's open, let's go.
23 points on the match. Heroic with 12, Twisted Minds with 12, Team Spirit with 8, so far from a loss for any of these teams, but Virtus Pro is certainly going to be happy to charge in with the victory there and the tiebreaker edition of a second chicken dinner today. It's great stuff for the squad trying to defend their 4th place spot in the PMGC points rankings. Not only that, maybe they'll jump up into 3rd. We'll have to wait and see. Heroic as well. That was a good return to form from them. I liked the aggression that we saw so far today, and hopefully they will continue it into the rest of the week. 77 going down early. Black Esports as well denied the opportunity to get back behind the wheel. They had their driver's license revoked.
They did. Lord of 1,132 damage. Well played. Bishke with the 7 eliminations. He was really popping off that match. 110 meters is probably the longest elimination I've ever seen. Wow. It's impressive. He wouldn't have even seen the guy.
Yeah, that's pretty nice stuff coming through. I mean, 410. Exceptional.
Yeah,
You don't regularly see 4 on that.
Yeah, I mean, considering you can't see someone after 400 meters, that's a wild statistic.
Yeah, 10 meters over the limit. The guy
over the render distance.
That guy doesn't yawn, I'm telling you. He just doesn't.
Interesting.
He's just, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, overall, very, very fun game. Really tough ending on the circle. Here's our overall so far, though. Regnum Kaya, as well as Virtus Pro, both putting up a 10-point average today. Twisted Minds just shy of it by 2 points. And Team Spirit in 4th place with 48. So really good performance from all 4 of these teams. 77, S2G and Brute Force not far behind. And Falcons, look at that, 8th place. Well done to them.
Hey, they're in there. They're getting it done to an extent. We'll see how far they can go. Yeah, I think that the great news here for me is Virtus Pro. It's a roster that we wanted more from. RCB as well. Such a phenomenal step up for them today. They've looked a lot more coordinated around some pretty chaotic events. So good to see they were able to come out. And with a chicken dinner as well, a lot of elimination points on their tally to see them into that 1st place, up to 46 in just 6 matches, which is pretty nasty. So you don't want to come across them in tomorrow's games, I'm sure. We'll see who's going to be able to stand up to them. Brute Force, a little bit lower on the tables, and I do expect and want more from them, and will continue to do so until they kind of bring it back to their former glory. So I'm waiting for that. Heroic topping page 2 with 30 points in 9th place.
Yeah. Who do you think your MVP is going to be?
I think MVP has to be someone from RCB. I think Loxy had such
Probably
a lead early in the
Loxy.
day. I feel like Loxy's a pretty solid choice.
Yeah, I mean,
That would be that would be who my guess
Loxy's
is.
the way.
Are you thinking that? Are you thinking that too?
I'm thinking it's either Bishke or Loxy, but I'm leaning further towards Loxy, honestly.
Okay.
Okay. Here's our daily winners, though. S2G, 37, Brute Force, and then 2 chicken dinners for Virtus Pro. Sandwich between an RCB win there overall. Miramar. But yeah, very well done to Virtus Pro today. I think they hit some really good strides, and their momentum seemed very good today. Can only ask for that to continue going into the rest of the week, because I do think that there is something marvelous there within the squad of Virtus Pro. Just needs to be harnessed.
It feels like they've had some very clumsy fights over the last 2 weeks, or certainly over the last week. I think it has been. They've gotten into some decent spots. The rotations are okay, but it is just sort of fumbling the bag when it comes to the fights. But today they've been a lot cleaner on that front, so I'm really happy to see them able to work with it and to work with the lobby.
I mean, bouncing back as well from that first match on Sandhawk, where Koa took down 3 members and then just whiffed on that final one. I mean, it was kind of a 1v4 at that point, to be honest, but still, that's got to feel rough. It's happened so many times here on Sandhawk, and then being able to bring that back for the rest of the day, I think that's an impressive feat, because I think the mental game is just something that we like to talk about a lot, but doesn't get mentioned too much inside of PUBG Mobile, because it can have a massive effect of how you play for the rest of the day in terms of like your first couple of matches. Are you feeling fresh? Are you feeling good? But yeah, so for Virtus Pro, it is an impressive turnaround for 2 chicken dinners in such a short space of time. And not only that, not to have them back to back, but you know, get 1 chicken dinner, lose a game, another chicken dinner. So constantly pushing for those high placings. And not only that, on Miramar, second game, what did they come? 3rd place, was it?
I can't remember, but I think they got pretty deep into it. So in general, really good day, I think, from some teams that we've been waiting for. Team Spirit as well, keeping up that pace. I think it's, like I said, it's what I wanted to see. It's the same that Na'Vi did in week 2. Let's take a look at our MVP. We think it's Loxy from RCB, and we are right here for the first day of week 3, which means he will get the chance to call out an enemy team, an opposing team, to face them in the Warehouse TDM Challenge. Beware the RCB squad, because Loxy is on the prowl. We'll have to wait and see who they're going to call out. They are going to have to select a team. Do you just select guild every time? Is that the meta?
Football is chaos, maybe?
Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, guild might be the meta, but it's very mean.
Well, $500.
$500.
Exactly. Oh, this is what really did it as MVP for me today. That 2-tap on the 180, just so slick.
Yeah, the pivot was wild, honestly. It was Loxy, but it was wild. Let's see who Loxy picks. Team Spirit. That's a throwdown.
I like it. Yes.
That is a big old throwdown.
That does give Team Spirit more opportunity to earn the most amount of money in the TDM challenges, right? Because they've already gotten 3.
Thank you.
They got 3 MVPs and didn't play in the 4th day, which means they couldn't get another that week. So they got the maximum value that they possibly could have done into week 2 with TDMs. We'll see if they're able to close it out with the Infinix GT20 Pro, featuring a dual chipset and a 144Hz AMOLED display up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding visuals here at the PMSL EMEA 2024. And we're very happy to have them, as I'm sure our players are too. So they're going to be taking those into the warehouse tomorrow, into the matches tomorrow as well, Blank.
And check out our socials to find out what's going on tomorrow, the timings, everything, the clips, the highlights, what went down if you missed some of our earlier games underneath us right now. PUBG Mobile Europe official over Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok.
Yeah, make sure that you are checking those out. My name is John Allen with Blank. As always, we are ready and ready to go for more PUBG Mobile action, and there will be more tomorrow. That is right. Make sure that you tune in. Same time, same place. We'll see you there. Goodbye.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the backline. He finds 1 minute turn.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
I hit the town and I ain't looking back.